Penelope, I want to know, why do you think why are dogs special? Why are birds special? Why are they special to you?
I think animals are special because, I've I know that if all the animals were dead and if we didn't help them, we would die too. So the animals are a part of us. So we need to keep them alive to keep us alive. They keep us healthy. They keep us good.
Look at that, chookies, eh?
They fucking know me.
Well, go on, Annie, this way. Just introducing Annie to peacocks. She doesn't seem to care about the hens. Oh, Annie? Hello, peacocks. It's alright, she's just sniffing everything. That's all she does, is sniff, 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 sniff. Right, Annie? Yeah, there's horses here. No, chooks. You're wary of her, aren't you, Penny? You be good. You be good with Penny.
Surprise you, or even warn you. Animals are not just companions, they are a key part of God's divine purpose. But here's the truth that few people consider. Ignoring their well-being or treating them with indifference not only affects them, it can also harden your heart and disconnect you from the compassionate character that God expects from you. Today, I'll reveal how your love for animals can bring you closer to God, as well as the spiritual consequences of neglecting this responsibility. What you're about to learn could forever change the way you see animals. Don't miss it. Since the dawn of creation, when the heavens and the earth still echoed with the voice of God, something marvelous took place. Amid the infinite skies and the newly formed vast lands, God uttered a command that would forever change the course of existence. Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds. And so, from the dust of the earth arose majestic beasts, birds that soared through the skies, and creatures that filled the oceans. Everything was declared good, perfect, in harmony with the divine design. Have you ever stopped to think about this? The animals that now dwell in your home, those eyes that gaze at you with unwavering loyalty, are not a coincidence. They were part of that moment when God's perfection took form in creation. Each one of them has a place in the divine plan, not only in the world, but also in your life. They are not there by chance. Their presence in your home is a living reminder of the goodness and beauty that God placed in the world from the very beginning. In the book of Genesis, chapter 2, we witness a remarkable moment. God had formed all the creatures of the earth, and one by one, he brought them before Adam. Imagine that scene for a moment. Adam, with a pure spiritual connection, observing each animal, naming them, and recognizing their purpose and essence. This act was not merely an exercise in creativity, but a profound symbol of the special bond between humans and animals. By giving them names, Adam wasn't just granting them identity, he was establishing an eternal connection, an acknowledgement that they too were part of God's divine design. Now think about the animals that have entered your life. Maybe you remember the day you adopted your dog, or when that stray cat chose you to give it a home. Was it really a coincidence? Or like Adam, did God place that creature in your path for something greater? Your pets don't just fill your home with joy. They are there to fulfill a purpose that you may not fully understand yet. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the heart of the wicked is cruel. Proverbs 12:10. This simple yet powerful verse reminds us that caring for animals is far from a trivial act. In reality, it reflects the justice and compassion that God desires for us to live out. Every time you reach out to feed, protect, or comfort an animal, you are mirroring the character of a God who cares for all his creation. Think about this. Isn't a dog's unconditional love for its owner a glimpse of the boundless love God has for us? Isn't the calming presence of a cat a reminder of the peace God wants us to experience? Just as they reflect divine attributes, your care for them reflects the goodness and mercy of God working through you. When you love your pets, you're not just doing something kind for them, you are acting as a channel of God's love and justice on earth. Through this act, your spiritual life grows because you are practicing what the Creator himself exemplifies. Whatever you did for one of the least of these, you did for me. Matthew 25:40. Although this passage directly refers to helping others, the principle can also extend to animals who are vulnerable and depend on us for their well-being. Every time you extend kindness to a creature that cannot fend for itself, God notices. He values every act of care, every sacrifice you make to protect one of his smallest creations. Have you ever felt that inexplicable connection when caring for your pets? That sense of joy and peace that seems to fill your home is not just a beautiful moment, it's a spiritual blessing. God
Yes, very true. I loved every word you're saying. And it does. You do feel more connected to God when you connect with the animals and birds and insects even. I even saved a beetle yesterday when I was shopping. I found it in my bag that I was going to put my shopping in, so I put it in my pocket, and then when I got outside I put it into a bush. I don't know, it has a right to live. And I did that with a bee down at the beach too that was a bit waterlogged. I put on dry land. I've always done things like that without even thinking. Yes, even a spider come in today, but I liked him because he's one of those quick ones, you know. They ran around real quick. And more or less directed him outside. But yeah, just one of those real quick. That's funny. Yeah, so I started to show a video on my old hard drive, but hard drive stopped. I've got to get another docking station. This is a new one, but it's got the same problem as the last one. You know, it's only 4 or 5 months old, and it's doing exactly what the last one did. Hey, Dean, g'day. Yes. It's a beautiful day today. We had the sun come out for the first time in 4 days. We had rain and cold and rain and overcast and wind, and yesterday was fucked. Oh no, yesterday started off fucked. The 3 days before were shockers. At least I didn't have to go anywhere. But yeah, so good to see someone here. Wow, pretty quiet on the eastern front here on East Australia. We've got the election coming up. Yeah, like God forbid the media talk about Virginia giuffre. No, I can't talk about her, the biggest whistleblower on Epstein and Maxwell, Giswell, whatever her fucking name is. No, not talking about that at all. Oh, I'm getting all my information from America. It's just fucking sad. I mean, it's terrible what happened. It's like, it should be world news. And it's almost like a warning to all the other whistleblowers as well at the same time. Very, very sad. Yeah, no, that disturbed me when she allegedly unalived herself. Even her dad saying that she didn't. It's just horrible. Horrible, horrible. And they're not talking about it on the news here. Sky News, all that. Yeah, I'm learning stuff. What Law and Crime Network. Right, I was watching that earlier.
This is a newly released handwritten note made by Virginia Giuffre, the vocal and accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Ghislaine Maxwell, was found dead at her home in Australia over the weekend. Some, including her own father, have reportedly questioned how Virginia died. And now we're diving into her own words and what they mean about her life and what she was going through when she passed away. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Yeah, I don't think he'd copyright you, but just to be safe.
We just got some new information in about Virginia Giuffre, now days after she was found dead at her home in Australia. Her sister made this Facebook post that includes a picture of a journal entry that Virginia made, and we'll dive into why it's important in just a moment. This post comes as so many people are coming to grips with the reality that Giuffre has passed away weeks after it came to light that she was in the middle of a custody dispute with her now estranged husband and was involved in a mysterious bus accident that put her in the hospital. On April 25th, Giuffre was found dead at her home outside Perth, Australia. Giuffre was American, but she moved to Australia in 2020 with her husband. The couple had 3 children, all teenagers. Giuffre and her husband had been in the middle of a custody dispute at the time of her death. There are some people who are close to Virginia Giuffre who have raised questions about how she died. For example, her dad told TMZ that he wants a deeper investigation by Australian authorities. He points to social media posts like this one from 2019, where his daughter writes, quote, "I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted." Giuffre's lawyer also spoke to UK media outlet The Sun and said, quote, "When I got the call, I was like, are you joking? Because there was no sign that that was something she was considering." Giuffre is one of, if not the most well-known accuser of Jeffrey Epstein. She claims that Epstein trafficked her when she was a minor. She also accused Prince Andrew of Britain's royal family of having sex with her when she was underage at 17 years old. This is the now infamous picture that was included in her lawsuit against the prince. It shows Giuffre.
That poor girl, man. Fuck, how did her parents allow this to happen? That's another thing. Look at that evil creature and that evil monster. Yeah, like when they asked Prince Andrew about the photo, it was photoshopped, you know. Yeah, the experts have done they've put it through all those photo technology things, and it was not photoshopped. They didn't have Photoshop back when this photo was taken anyway.
And Prince Andrew and convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell smiling at the camera in the background. Prince Andrew and Giuffre settled out of court in 2022 after she sued Andrew the year prior. It has never been made public how much money Andrew gave Giuffre to settle those claims, but we'll talk about the circumstance that could finally bring that number to light in just a moment. Prince Andrew has denied sleeping with Giuffre. In fact, he's denied ever meeting her. In a now infamous 2019 interview with the BBC, he said this about Virginia Giuffre when she accused him of having sex with her in 2001 in London.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
Oh, no, of course not.
You don't remember meeting her?
Giuffre had claimed that the prince bought her drinks and they dined together and they danced together at a posh, members-only nightclub in London. Prince Andrew said he never spent time with Giuffre, and he claimed that on the date that she claimed that they were together, he was actually with his kids, and he went on to say that he didn't know where the bar was at that nightclub because he doesn't drink. And in what was an infamous moment as part of this infamous interview, Andrew disputed Giuffre's description of him profusely sweating. He said this to the BBC in that 2019 sit-down interview.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
Giuffre claimed that she met the prince through Ghislaine Maxwell. A former socialite is now a convicted sex offender. She is living a much different life these days. Here's her mugshot from 2022 at the Metro Detention Center in New York. She is currently serving 20 years in prison on 5 sex trafficking charges.
That's our proof she's in prison, that photo. That's all we got to prove she's in prison. There's no interviews, there's no footage of her.
Related to the now dead financier, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein, of course, died in his jail cell in 2019 after he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. The medical examiner said he hung himself. But of course, there have been questions surrounding Epstein's death and whether that actually happened. But Epstein's death isn't the only one that has raised questions and brought even more attention to this story. Giuffre now joins
if he is even dead either, there's no proof that he was. I mean, I think there was a bit of footage of him in jail. But, I mean, they used to do that with Charles Manson, didn't they? He'd go to prison just for an interview. He never lived in prison, I don't think.
A tragic list of people associated with the late financier. According to Fox News, Virginie Giuffre is the third accuser of Jeffrey Epstein to die. But in life, Virginie Giuffre was not afraid to speak her mind, to first accuse people powerful and the people connected to the powerful, like Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein. Giuffre told CBS News this in 2020 about Maxwell.
She is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did.
In the wake of Giuffre's allegations and the out-of-court settlement, Prince Andrew resigned from public roles with the royal family in 2020. His mom, Queen Elizabeth, stripped Andrew of his royal and military titles in 2020.
Yeah, Griswold, or whatever her name is, Maxine fucking monster. What was I going to say? She was actually Epstein's handler. She was way above Epstein. Epstein was working for her. She's a long line of those chosen peoples.
22 before she died later that year. Virginie Giuffre has been hailed by her supporters as a fighter for people who have survived sexual violence. Giuffre's sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, posted this journal entry she says Giuffre made on Facebook. You can see it is handwritten. First, I'll start with what Amanda said. Quote, while spending time with family and celebrating our sister, we were going through journal entries that Virginia had written over the years and stumbled upon this quote and thought it was a beautiful moment to share with you all. Survivors should know that she's with you and her voice will not be silenced. I know that it's so important and her wish is that we continue to fight. And in Virginia's handwritten note, she says, quote, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers need to show the battle lines are drawn and stand together to fight for the future of victims. Is protesting the answer? I don't know, but we've got to start somewhere. Roberts told People that over the last months of Giuffre's life, she was full of pain, saying, quote, over the last couple of months, I had some very, very, very deep conversations with her and was trying to encourage her. Much of the pain that Giuffre dealt with in the final months of her life appear to be related to some of the issues she was having with her now estranged husband, Robert Giuffre. We started to get more of a glimpse into the challenges that Virginie Giuffre was having living in Australia on March 30th of this year when she posted this image with the caption saying she had just 4 days to live. Now, we had to blur some of the images in this picture due to YouTube policies, but in that photo, you can see the bruising that is all over her face and her chest, and she's sitting in what appears to be a hospital bed. The caption is 174 words.
I've seen photos of her face. I don't know why he's blurring it out, because everyone else shows. He's the first one to blur it out. Hey, we writers. That letter was written 2019, where she said she wouldn't unalive herself. But, she said it. She wrote it. And I would say the last year or more, she's got totally gaslit. They've been gaslighting her, harassing her. I mean, she didn't know. They haven't even said in what way, she was unalived. They haven't even said, there's many ways you can do it, but they haven't said any of it. And that's a weird thing. What, pills or... Nah, just, And what? Western Australian police with the investigators. What the hell? Outback hick cops are going to be, NCIS investigators. Oh, God, everyone remembers the mess they made of the Azaria Chamberlain case in Northern Territory. Them cops, God, they didn't have a clue what they were doing. Oh, it's ridiculous that they're leaving it up to hick cops who, just a few years ago, this guy shot his entire family, his in-laws, father and mother-in-law, and got away with it. And they blame the grandfather, and, it's just ridiculous. And been caught stalking him, and they had a restraining order on him, but no, cops found him innocent. Must have been Granddad, who never had a violent streak in his body, and was a God-loving person. I should cover that case one day, but that's another case altogether. But I was right about the mushroom lady too, right at the beginning. I said she did it. She murdered her in-laws, and that's come up recently too.
And it brought her story back to the headlines. It read, quote, "This year has been the worst start to a new year, but I won't bore anyone with the details, but I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 kilometers as we were slowing for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. I'm ready to go, just not until I see my babies one last time. But you know what they say about wishes. Bleep in one hand and wish in the other. I guarantee it's still going to be bleep at the end of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful people of the world and for being a great part of my life. God bless you all, XX Virginia." When Virginia Giuffre made that post, it quickly went viral. She had said she had just days to live. So many people were questioning how this could happen, how all of it could be so sudden. Her spokesperson released a statement to People shortly after, offering some clarification. That statement said, quote, "Virginia thanks everyone for the outpouring of love and support. She is overwhelmed with gratitude. Today she remains in serious condition while receiving medical care. On March 24th, in rural Western Australia, a school bus hit the car in which she was riding. The police were called, but said that there was no one available to come to the scene. They asked if anyone was injured and suggested that if they were, they should make their way to the hospital." Giuffre's statement then goes on to say that she actually didn't mean to post this caption saying that she had 4 days to live publicly.
So it was a crime scene, car accident, and the cops didn't even go there. Oh, God. I mean, it's getting sus and sus. It was sus from the beginning. But, bus crashes in a car, but just make your way to the hospital. We can't get there. Don't worry about it. Who's the bus driver? That's what I want to know.
Instead, it was meant for a private Facebook group. Australian police have told media outlets that no one was reported injured in that crash, and the car involved sustained roughly $2,000 in damage. And the bus driver had reported the incident the next day. In the wake of that story about the bus crash, a lot came to light related to Virginia Giuffre's custody battle and her arrangements with her estranged husband, Robert Giuffre.
Bus driver reported it the next day, but the cops were called. I guess he went into the cop shop about it or something.
According to People, Robert hit Virginia with a restraining order in February that prevented her from seeing their 3 children. Robert also accused Virginia of violating that order. Virginia accused Robert of physical abuse. Sky News in the United Kingdom says the couple separated in 2023. Robert's attorney had no comment for People. As for the man that Virginia Giuffre...
She hadn't been through enough. She's got a husband that's fucking abusive. God.
Accused of sexual misconduct, Prince Andrew, he has yet to comment on her death. According to GB News, Giuffre's death, though, continues to have an impact on the reputation of the royal family. Royal commentator Charlotte Griffiths says that Andrew is seen as a, quote, unsolvable problem, and says that Prince William, next in line to be king after his father Charles, won't be seen anywhere near his uncle. GB News also writes, in the wake of Giuffre's death, there was an emergency meeting between King Charles and Prince William. As we said, it's unclear how much money Prince Andrew paid Giuffre to settle out of court in October 2022. The British media outlet The Sun writes that there could be a battle in court between Virginia's estranged husband, Robert, and her family in the United States over who would get the potentially millions of dollars left of the settlement from Prince Andrew. Not only could that create a court case that could go on for some time, but it also could be a proceeding that would allow us to finally learn how much money Prince Andrew actually paid Virginia Giuffre so his case wouldn't be heard in court. It's important to note that when talking about money and where it would go in the wake of someone's death, Virginia and Robert were estranged. They weren't divorced.
It would have been a case of take the money or you die, bitch. You know, it would have been that case. People are forced to take the money sometimes. They don't want to. But it's two choices. You take the money, or you might have to make sure you're quiet forever. And fuck. I know how it works.
Forced. As we've been saying, it took a lot of courage for Virginia Giuffre to come forward and accuse the people that she did, members of the world's most powerful elite. And there is one example that we have been following of why it can be so difficult for victims of sexual abuse to come.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, where just then when they said abusive husband, yeah, maybe the marks on her face were from that. But it's just all weird, you know, bus accident, abusive husband, restraining order. You know, that's what abuse bastards do. They try to get a restraining order before their other partner puts one on, you know, after they've beat them up. They'll go, I want a restraining order on my wife after I just beat her up, or vice versa. But very interesting. I want to cover the Black Pope because I've been looking into the one of the Black Popes who are said to be choice. And yeah, that surprised me. It's like, I don't know.
Come forward, and it is the words on social media from one of Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriends. Her name is Victoria Hervey. She's a model and socialite. And when you look at her Instagram, you can see she has a playlist of story posts attacking Giuffre since that bus crash in March. One of them reads, "The pain caused by her lies, destroying lives and tearing families apart, all for money, is no small thing. She has a lot to answer for. I call this divine judgment by God. People often say karma has a way of catching up." And quote, as Ghislaine Maxwell put it, Virginia is a fantasist. That post clearly showing that she supports Maxwell, now a convicted sex offender serving 20 years in U.S. prison. Here's that picture once again showing Maxwell in the background of the infamous photo of Giuffre. Even after Giuffre died, Hervey continues to post like she did here with this headline from an Australian media outlet that just writes, karma. Giuffre's family did release an official statement after her death saying that Virginia took her own life. But it's still unclear, and perhaps it will always be unclear, whether her death was an intentional act. In the wake of Giuffre's death, I spoke with civil trial attorney David Ring. He spent years not just following this case and everything associated with Jeffrey Epstein, as so many of us have, but by defending people who are victims of sexual assault. And I asked him about the importance that Giuffre played in helping others who have survived sexual trauma, and why the story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, years after his death, continues to attract so much attention. She wasn't just a voice, I mean, she was a key piece of evidence in some of the cases that were brought forward. For people who may not, you obviously remember the Jeffrey Epstein case, how he died. Ghislaine Maxwell is now in prison. From an evidence standpoint, in the cases against them and the case that was pending against Jeffrey Epstein, how important was her testimony, beyond just being that public face that people saw, but within the courtroom?
Oh, her testimony was monumental. It was critical to the case. I mean, there was only a few victims that were able to testify and come forward and tell their stories about being sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, and in the second case by Ghislaine Maxwell. So Virginia's testimony was crucial to both of those investigations and cases, and obviously was the centerpiece of the allegations made against Prince Andrew. And so she was incredibly important from an evidentiary standpoint to those investigations and those cases.
We were looking at some of the posts today from someone who was Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriend, Victoria Hervey. She's a British socialite. I know we talked about some of the posts that she had last time that we spoke about this. Just attacking Virginia Giuffre's story seemed to point and speak glowingly of Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison on sex trafficking charges, a conviction of that. How does that public attack from someone who is a socialite, how does that impact a victim? And it's a unique case for Virginia Giuffre, but I'm sure in your line of work, you've seen cases where you do have these people who accuse someone's story in saying that it didn't happen or that they're lying against someone who's more powerful.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it happens every case because you're going to have everyone who supports the perpetrator calling the victim a liar and a fraud. And so when Virginia came forward and brought her accusations against Prince Andrew, and everyone knew Virginia's identity, you can imagine what she must have seen on social media and on the internet from his supporters that really, went after her and accused her of all sorts of nasty things, of being a liar and making things up and all of that. And you can imagine the toll that would take on a person to see that kind of just nasty verbal abuse day in and day out.
Nah, but at the same time, when you're being gang stalked and all that, the last thing you want is to satisfy them by killing yourself. You stick around, they hate it. That's why I do not believe she unalived herself. Yeah. And just when all this, Trump's going to release all the files, all the files are going to be released, of Epstein's victims and all the people who are on the planes going there and, the guest list, never happened, hasn't happened. Thank you, Trump, for your, you're going to show us the gold in Fort Knox too, that hasn't happened. A lot of promises said you're going to get immediately onto these things. Oh, they've released the JFK files showing nothing. Nothing really. Nothing we didn't already know more about. And what's the other files? Oh, Martin Luther and the third one I've forgotten. Yeah, hasn't happened. Fort Knox gold. I want to see that gold. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, this guy found all this gold out in the middle of nowhere in America, and he made the mistake of telling the government, and they went to his property and they were there for days with armoured trucks and everything, and claimed there was nothing there. It's probably part of Fort Knox gold hidden there. But I'll try and find that video. Actually, that's amusing. But, oh God, this is a rabbit hole. So 21 minutes. It's a long video, but there's a lot in it. No one's here. So.
Day out, and as you brought up, Chris, it hasn't ended. Even now, some ex-girlfriend of Prince Andrew has for some bizarre reason made it important to completely still talk trash about Virginia and saying these incredibly nasty, outrageous things about her, even after her death.
Martin Luther King,
things like karma and things like that on her social media posts. Absolutely bizarre, but very, very sad, and you can see the toll that takes on a victim. It's unfair, and that makes them all the more courageous for coming forward and persevering through things like that.
I know that Virginia had a somewhat complicated family dynamic. Her family released a statement initially saying that she had taken her own life. Then her father speaks to TMZ and says, wait a second, there could be some questions. We talked about the lawyer there. She was reportedly in the middle of a divorce. She had been separated from her husband in Australia, but there was she was in the process of officially being divorced. You have this undisclosed amount of money that Prince Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre when they settled out of court in 2022. It seems complicated with the parties that could make a claim for that. What could happen to that money if there was some sort of court dispute that took place?
Well, so here's the thing. Again, a lot of unanswered questions, but did Virginia have a will? We don't know that yet. But if she did, and it was a valid, legitimate will, okay, that's going to control her assets and where the inheritance goes to. Although even that could be challenged by other people who, family members who maybe weren't part of the will or given anything in the will, and they could come forward and say, oh, the will's fraudulent, or it was, it's not a legitimate will. Will, things like that. If there's no will, then my understanding of Australia law, similar to a lot of states here in America, is that because she wasn't formally divorced yet, even though she is separated from her husband, they were not divorced. He's first in line to receive her assets, and so again, that could be something.
Sorry, I was muted, but as I was saying, I want to know more about the husband. Like when did he come on her scene, and was he sort of a plant, to keep an eye on her, marry her, have kids with her, keep an eye on her? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just fucking stabbing in the dark here, but everything's sus. It's just like everything's on the table here.
That because that probably has to wind through the courts. That's something that we could find out a whole lot more about this settlement from Prince Andrew, because the public does not yet know the exact sum that Prince Andrew paid. And so, there's a lot of speculation out there that it was in the 8 figures and things like that, but no one has ever actually announced it and known for sure. And so if this dispute with Virginia's inheritance goes into the courts, we may very well find out what amount Prince Andrew paid to her in a settlement.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting point, and we'll see how that plays out, and then how that, of course, Prince Andrew no longer officially doing royal duties, but what would that amount add to his legacy that's already tarnished in the United Kingdom. Lastly, David, whenever we talk about Jeffrey Epstein, there's an incredible interest that people have, even years later in this case, questions about how he died, and now even through statements from a lawyer, kind of adds to that fire of speculation, of conspiracy that people seem to have in this case. Do you follow this case for a long time? What is it about Jeffrey Epstein and everyone who is associated with him that creates that interest and almost a level of distrust people have with whatever officially is said by law enforcement about how he died, perhaps how Virginia died, if there's no more of an investigation into it? What is it about this story that just seems to just churn conspiracy theories?
Yeah, well, look, Epstein was obviously an incredibly powerful person who had access to the most powerful people in this country, including presidents. And so, all the financial wealthy people that he knew and hung around with and was associated with, and his own wealth. And so, the controversy around Epstein's suicide will go on for a long time, because there's a lot of questions about, whether he killed himself in jail or whether he was killed by someone else to silence him. That's going to be going on for a long time. We'll probably never have an answer to that. And it's sad. You can see the trail of tragedy that he's left behind. And this is another example of it with Virginia Giuffre and all the turmoil in her life. And, I think by all accounts, it seems as if she's either accidentally or maybe intentionally took her life. I don't think anyone's saying there's other people involved, but it's still a tragedy.
Yeah,
and it shows you that, these victims of abuse, even as they get older in life, they still experience the trauma. They still have a lot of issues that flow from it. And just because they receive some settlement, some monetary settlement, that does not cure all of their issues that they have in life by any means.
No, incredibly well put. Incredibly sad development in the story involving Virginia Giuffre, civil trial attorney David Ring. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. No, it's true. I've known victims, and it comes back like years later. It starts to really affect them. One of my friends who got out of the cult. Yes. Yeah, what do you say? I mean, it's very impeccable timing, all this, Happens when we're having an election, so we don't talk about it. None of our reporters are sent out there to. Oh, God. All it is Trump, Dutton. Albanese and Dutton. Oh, there's a party called Trumpets for something. One of our parties here. Oh, God, it's it's the political parties we've had to choose. There's less and less good ones. I noticed this year there's out of all the boxes, there's 4 I actually ticked, and then I had to tick a couple that I didn't want to tick. I picked one party and I didn't know what they were about, but I don't know, it was like playing tic-tac-toe, and I thought, okay. No, they were good. They got a few good, for the farmers and all that. Yeah, so, and yeah. Anyway, let's move on from Virginia. God bless her soul. And she was a hero. God. Should have had bodyguards around her all the time, and they'd be paid off. I don't know. No, it does fucking upset me. The birdies outside singing as the day goes down. Where's the Black Pope? Black Pope. There's a great story about this. A black American woman goes to live in Africa, Ghana, to escape racism. Actually, I think it's a couple of years old, but she didn't want Trump getting in, and so. But anyway, she's totally regretting it. Well, I might play that. It was funny. The way she explains life there. Oh, it sounds horrible. Australian election is a joke. Isaac Butterfield, yep. How long ago was it I was watching that? Must have been yesterday. Yes. I'm just scrolling on to see what else I watched. Yeah, Louis Theroux does all them good documentaries. Just done a masterpiece documentary. I can't even believe it's allowed, but I watched it on YouTube. I should put the link in somehow. Brilliant. Yeah, it's only an hour. It's called The Settlers. And yeah, it's good. He just goes over to Israel and talks to all these settlers and let them tell the story, But he doesn't have to say anything. It just speaks for itself. It's brilliant. I watched it this morning. Yeah. I don't know if I can play it though. I don't know. Not sure if Louis copyrights you. Anyway, there's this black pope coming. You know, the next pope's the black pope. Well, this is one of the candidates. And vote, you know.
Is this man going to become a pope?
Hang on, I think I can slow it down because this guy's just, he's only got 2018 subs. I don't think he'll copyright me. He talks pretty quick anyway. No, I found this interesting, and it's a 16-minute speech. I'll play a bit anyway. But yeah, I like this Black Pope. I think, I mean, he wants to bring back the traditions of how it should be, and anyway, I don't know who this dude is. Let's see. Zach Mwakesa. Yeah. Zach Mwakesa. I'll just say. I think I got it right. Mwakesa. Anyway, he's on a ball. He's not a mag bitters. Bags is like he goes off on a spiral sometimes, but you know, this guy's good.
Yes, this man, this African man right here, is he going to become pope after what he said? Well, you need to listen to what he said. But before we get to that, hi, my name is Zach. You're very welcome. Yeah. We gotta go visit Uganda. Lovely place. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. Very welcome. I appreciate.
Yeah, it's weird. I saw a video about this Ugandan man living on the streets of Melbourne. Yeah, year and a half he's been here, and he's been homeless since he's been here. I mean, how does that, you know, you think all of them get looked after, but no, not all of them. Anyway, I digress.
Appreciate you. We want you here, please. Thank you. This is family. This is one of the best decisions you made on YouTube. Trust me. Again, I was saying, in the world of today, you can't just say things the way you want to say them, unfortunately. You could be right by saying certain things, but people don't necessarily want to hear you say, even when you're right. It could cost you everything. Is this the case of this very interesting human being, Cardinal Robert Sarah? He is an African man from Guinea, a potential next pope. Yes. But he said things in the past. You need to watch this.
Dear brothers and sisters in Christ.
See, I didn't know there was a Guinea in Africa, so now I know what New Guinea is. Yeah, it's I wonder where Old Guinea was, and yeah, it's in where this guy's from. Okay, I digress. The crows are going off outside. Don't know why.
In the rise of Europe's economic power, and within the cultural context, more specifically of Western society, it is not an exaggeration to say that man works, organizes, and manages human, political, economic, and commercial relations, and provokes wars.
Thank you, Captain Zach here. Thank you very much. We are selling nicely on our way to Ulaya. Do you know where Ulaya is? Ulaya. Yes, on our way to Ulaya. Anyway, that's Swahili. Thank you very much again. Please subscribe, click on the button. And also, before we start, let's just do this. We need to push this further. Everybody got to see this. Yes, there's a great lesson here. You family, we want you here. Please subscribe if it's not done yet. Thank you. Let's go.
Uses weapons of mass destruction, invades and conquers countries, solely or almost solely to amass and accumulate material, wealth, and to establish his authority and hegemony. With the fine and noble reason of forcibly installing democracy everywhere and bringing peace and freedom, Europe and the United States have created chaos in many countries, especially in the Middle East and Africa.
Wow. The US and Europe, with the goal of amassing wealth and bringing democracy, have created chaos in many places in the world. This is a man speaking in Belgium in front of white people and a potential pope. Let's continue.
My judgment may seem inaccurate or exaggerated, but we cannot deny today's reality. Look at Iraq, Libya, Syria,
Wow.
Afghanistan. Europe has been experiencing an unprecedented civilizational crisis for more than a century. This crisis is therefore not recent, but it continues to deepen, worsen, and demolish any reference to God,
They're smiling.
the only human means. The only political or diplomatic negotiations are powerless to achieve unity, to establish peace among men. I improved my relationship with God, and God improved and pacified the relationships among men and nations. Today, Western powers are promoting false rights, distorted rights, to give everyone and all citizens of the world unfettered access and the power to self-determine regardless of their sexual identity. They want to change the culture to establish a sexually
Jeez, did you hear that?
undifferentiated society. They claim to liberate humanity, so to speak, not only from God who created it,
wow,
but also from man and woman, to free it from the father, the mother, the spouse, marriage, and the family.
You're talking about being bold? Fellas, this is a person who's potentially a future pope, okay? And he's got an opportunity for that. But he doesn't give a continental. You need to put it out there, whether you like it or not. Not many people have.
He's honest. Like, wow. He's just saying how it is. What a good pope he would make. But because of this, no, he won't be in. I hope that's my prediction. This black pope will not get in.
This level of courage. Let's continue.
Thus, a new...
You know, he talks too much truth. You know, the other pope was sucking up to everyone. Oh, let's make Catholicism a whole world religion and encompass every other religion, and we accept everybody as part of the church, and he's just sucking up to all world leaders and Zelensky and all of them. But this guy seems pretty humble.
Global culture will emerge celebrating in the name of the absolutized freedom of the individual, choices leading to the death of man and woman and the destruction of our humanity. These new rights from civil are at two extremes. The right to die and the right not to be born. Between the two are the rights to abortion, the right to genetic manipulation, the right to a child reduced to being merely a thing or an object. But there is also the right to insult and to desecrate religions. By observing and analyzing our world and its desire for emancipation and autonomy from God, we clearly see that in the name of a perversion of freedom, now disoriented, we are faced with an unprecedented attempt in the history of humanity, that of destroying humanity itself. of destroying the natural capacity that man has, the capacity to love, and thus depriving humanity of an irreplaceable source of light, strength, and love.
Wow.
Which is to say, God.
Wow. Okay. This man is going at them big time. And he's not playing. And I know you want to know who he is, okay? His name is Cardinal Robert Sarah. Okay? Robert Sarah. He's a prominent Guinean Catholic prelate known for his firm defense of traditional Catholic teaching. So the man was born in 1945 in French Guinea. And you can see he has no inferiority complex. And he's standing there in front of everybody from all over the globe, Europeans, watching and listening to him. He doesn't give a continent. Let's continue.
What ruins man is his break and the destruction of his personal relationships with God. What harms man's true happiness is the confusion and imbalance of minds. It is the slavery of money. It is exploitation for commercial and selfish purposes.
Okay, so what's destroying humanity is the confusion. You know, you confused because remember he spoke about Europe and America. He said you are confused. Okay, it's not that the world is not okay. You're confused. You don't know who you are, whether you are a man or you're very confused. Number two, it's the wanting of too much money. Okay, you're going to other people's country, looting things. He's not saying it in that, you know, the way to tell people the truth without necessarily punching them in the face with the truth. You can say the truth in a very subtle way. It's your love for other people's things, you know, going to these other countries, Iraq and whatever. That is the problem, bringing democracy. And the man is putting it out there. Do you think this man is going to become a pope? Let's go.
Of the secret being that man carries in his heart. It is the ignorance of the true value of man. It is the forgetfulness of the essential purposes of society. What makes that we no longer even have the time to live or to love. We have killed God and are in the process of destroying man.
Wow.
This destruction ultimately leads to the refusal to acknowledge God's plan for man, the destruction of man's body through the irreversible destruction of his genetic integrity is the greatest tragedy in the history of humanity.
Changing a man to become something that is not. It's the biggest drama of the history of humanity. You know, going to school is also important. Then you can tell people shit without necessarily telling them shit in the face. Like you can say without necessarily saying, yeah, you just use words very nicely, but you're telling them in the face without necessarily saying. Let's go.
Nous sommes arrivés à l'apogée de la rébellion de l'Occident contre Dieu.
Rebellion of the West against God. And he's speaking to people from the West in their face.
We have reached the peak of the West rebellion against God and against the human person. Never has the revolt against God experienced such horizontal expansion across the world. The spiritual crisis in Europe necessarily leads to a profound crisis and an anthropological destructive force from which humanity might not recover. The systematic destruction of the family is promoted in the name of democratic values that have been diverted from their original meaning. Under the guise of fighting discrimination, some want to erase the difference between sexes within marriage and promote family models in which conjugal love and the transmission of life become separable elements.
Okay, so you know, fellas, that today you can't talk about these things because there's a name for that. If you talk about that, they call you, you know, you're yeah. You can't say that. So he says They want to mute people from speaking about differences in the name of discrimination. So they're saying, in other words, if you say humans should remain the way God created them, you'll be discriminating against other people. They're trying to shut people down. Now, let me put it this way for you. The Pope before him had a very different stance when it comes to this. Matter of fact, in 2020, a documentary showed the Pope Francis stating that, those people, I'm not going to say the name, it's 3 letters because, he said that they are children of God who deserve love, care, emphasizing that nobody should be thrown out.
Look how healthy the black guy looks compared to these 2 last popes. Oh, well, they just look evil.
Or made miserable over it. Surely, he's 100% right. He also allowed the blessing of same couples. Okay, he allowed that. In 2023, the Vatican announced the priest could bless same couples under certain conditions. These blessings are not to be confused with the sacrament of marriage and should not involve wedding ritual. The church clarified that the policy does not endorse same union but allows pastoral care or God mercy. In other words, people took it as he allowed people of same to, in church. Now, this man is not about that life. As you can imagine, the number of people, how many people are against us? Now, is he going to become the Pope? Big question mark. Who votes the Pope? How is the Pope established? Yes, there's a vote that happens. There is today 253 cardinals in the world. And out of 253, only 135 are eligible to vote for a Pope. Yes, so cardinals vote the Pope. The conclave takes place in strict secrecy inside the Sistine Chapel in Vatican City. The cardinal secret ballots up to 4 times a day, in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. To be elected, the cardinal must receive 2/3 majority. So they're going to hold a vote on who's going to become the cardinal. Many factors are going to play. The race is going to play? Well, question mark. We cannot ignore that. Sorry. Number 2, stance on views in the world. Is it going to? Yes, absolutely. Now, can the vote be influenced by cardinal? Possibly. Now, can the cardinal be influenced by somebody else, external power? Very possible, because they're human beings. They will discuss with somebody who perhaps has views that lean toward one stance or the other. So they can have votes cast them without necessarily being truly independent, because that's what human beings do. Let's continue.
But the clear analysis and vigorous warnings of Pope Benedict XVI remind us that European identity is manifested in marriage and family. And Europe would no longer be Europe if the family, this fundamental cell of the social organism, disappeared and was completely transformed. We are all unfortunately witnesses today to a violent assault and a threat of demolition against marriage and the family.
We are.
In stark contrast to Benedict XV's, we now have homosexual individuals who paradoxically demand that their shared life be legally recognized to be more or less assimilated to marriage. This trend takes us out of the moral history of humanity as a whole, where despite all the varieties of legal matrimonial forms, marriage was always considered, in accordance with its essence, as the unique communion of a man and a woman open to children and thus constituting the family.
That's what it is, fellas. So it's all about basics. What he's saying is, let's get back to basics. What was supposed to be the church in the past should return. The values, the conduct, the principles. We need them back. Now, this man, like I said, it's from Africa. Very strong stance. Very traditional at the same token. These are the very views for which the president of Uganda has been put to the side by the West. Because, yes, he did officially vote laws that will do harms to people that do these activities. Surely going to the extreme, but this is the same pole, the same side after talking. Let me know how you feel about this. It's always a great pleasure. God bless.
Yes, wow. I totally like that Archbishop. What was his name again? Anyway, yeah, I don't think he'll suit the New World Order agenda if they bring him in, but he's a candidate. Who knows who's going to be the next Pope? But anyway, as a God believer, I pray he does, but it's whole world lies in the power of the wicked one. So it's all going to be up to the powers that be. So it's getting dark. Bruno's sleeping. I can't talk to him. My Bruno boy, he's had a hard day guarding the gate, barking at people going past. So just listen to the birds. They tell me something. Yes, the birds are angels. I've got a Catholic matey. We used to paint together for over a decade, and he's a Catholic, and then there's this other guy, Danny. He was with the the born again Pentecostal-y thing, and I was in a Jehovah's Witness cult, and we were having lunch one day outside. This bird comes up, and I'm talking to him. And then my mate, Catholic mate Johnny, goes, "Yeah, Kenny, Danny, that's actually an angel watching us right now. You know, he's just checking up on us." It's funny. Oh, yeah. Me born again, mate. He's go, "Oh, come on, Johnny." I go, "No, I reckon Johnny died. It could be an angel watching us. You did just never know." I don't know why I thought of that. But yeah, I do think God sends animals to us. I've never actually went out and looked for a dog to adopt. Every dog I've had has been sent to me. And they all needed me. Because like me, they'd been abandoned. Because of just not good owners. Anyway, here's what it is. I'll just watch this while I go get a beer. Yes.
God rewards those who strive to care for his creation, and while those rewards may not always be immediate, they manifest in ways that transform your life. Imagine the eternal impact of your actions. Every act of love toward your pets carries a spiritual echo that pleases the Creator. It's not just about them, it's about how these actions shape your character, refine your soul, and bring you closer to God. The Bible promises us that one day the wolf will live with the lamb, the leopard will lie down with the goat, the calf and the lion will be together, and a little child will lead them. Isaiah 11:6-9. This prophetic vision from Isaiah is not just poetic, it's a glimpse of God's kingdom, where harmony and peace will reign over all creation. In that promised future, humans and animals will coexist in perfect harmony, free from pain, fear, and suffering. Loving your animals today is a foretaste of that kingdom. When you care for them, you are practicing the values of heaven, peace, compassion, and unity that we will all one day experience. It's as if every act of love toward your pets is preparing you for that glorious future. Every bark, purr, or bird song near you is a reminder that God's plan encompasses not just people, but all of his creation. By living in harmony with the animals around you, you are aligning yourself with that divine vision of a restored world. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this video, please support us by giving it a like and subscribing to the channel. This not only motivates us, but also helps us reach more people with messages like this one. Thank you for being part of this community and for helping us share this special content. Throughout the Bible, God calls us to reflect his compassionate and just character in every area of our lives. However, when we neglect or mistreat animals, we stray from that purpose and abandon a divine responsibility entrusted to us. While this topic may feel uncomfortable, it's important to reflect on the consequences of our actions or inactions, because they not only affect the animals, but also impact us and our surroundings. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the heart of the wicked is cruel. Proverbs 12:10. When we ignore the suffering of an animal or treat it with indifference, something begins to change within us. Our hearts, designed by God to be compassionate and just, can become desensitized. Each time we choose to turn a blind eye to the pain of a defenseless creature, we take a step toward hardening our character. Cruelty or neglect not only harms the animal, but also diminishes our ability to empathize and love those around us. A hardened heart doesn't just ignore animals. It becomes disconnected from the love and compassion that God calls us to live out with all people. Reflect. What message are we sending to the world, to our families, and to ourselves when we are indifferent to the suffering of living beings? The Bible is clear. Justice and kindness are not optional. They are the essence of those who reflect God's character. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. Genesis 2:15. God assigned us a special role as stewards of his creation. Caring for animals is an extension of that responsibility. However, when we fail in this calling, we reject the task that God entrusted to us from the very beginning. Every animal that crosses our path, every pet.
Yeah. And I do believe that's been my calling the last, God, ever since I left the cult. I always loved animals, but I instantly empathised more for them. And dogs and cats, and I just noticed things more. And yeah, you feel closer to God when you understand his creations. And people who don't like animals, yeah, well, a lot of them end up very violent, narcissists, serial killers. Yeah, so I wonder if the hard drive's working. I'll see. Let's see if I can show a happy movie. Taking a while to get there. Right. Bruno snoring. He's having a snore. Okay, here's my koala compilation. Just on French Island in the 5.5 months I was there. Let's see if it works. Got to remove that.
Annie. Bruno. Look who's watching us, eh? Didn't even see you there, mate. Eh? It's alright. okay. I'm not gonna get you. No, I don't want to get you, buddy. It's cool. Hey, mate. So, enjoying the nice cool breeze of the day, buddy? Hey? Hey? You were spying on us. Till you growled. I wouldn't have known you were there till you growled. You gave yourself away, buddy. Hey? There was some bicyclists. Bruno didn't like the people on the bike. And there's the bay down there, eh? He's walking towards us. Hello, buddy.
That's weird. Oh, let's see. Why isn't it playing? Oh, I don't know what happened then. I'll try again. I don't know. Nothing happening. Damn. That's weird. Well, it's not weird. It's just this fucking terabyte platform thingy. I'll try again. Yeah, I was just showing the koalas I got to know when I was living on an island. And, I'll try again. Where's he? Hey, Ozzy. G'day, buddy. Yeah.
Annie. Bruno.
Oh, here we go.
Bruno.
Seems to be working now.
Look who's
I
watching.
did a Fonzie. I
Didn't
banged
even see you there, mate. Hey. It's all right. It's okay. I'm not gonna get you. No, I don't want to get you, buddy. It's cool. Hey, mate. So, enjoying the nice cool breeze of the day, buddy? Hey? Hey? You were spying on us. Till you growled. I wouldn't have known you were there till you growled. You gave yourself away, buddy.
Hey, Ozzy, yeah, Pieman got a new car the other day. A Ford, similar to mine, but a sedan. Yeah, looks pretty good too. It's got a turbo, well kept, nice interior. It's done very well. I think he's come down this weekend to visit me. Hang on, I'll just give him a ring. I've also got Ryan, and he's probably come down to do some work. I think it doesn't matter. More the merrier. Yeah, so let's see. I'll just give him a call. Hey, Glenn. How you going? What's that?
How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Just doing a stream.
Yeah, I just got home, mate. Yeah, I'll come on soon, mate. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, Ozzy said hello. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet, man.
No one's on here, but I'm just showing. Yeah, when you're ready. Yeah, no worries. Cool.
Oh, mate.
Okay, Glenn. Cool.
I'll see you, mate.
Cheers. Yeah, so Pieman will come on soon. Whoa. Right, back to reality of getting down with nature, man.
Hi.
How's this? We're gonna get a copyright for this video.
Bicyclists. We Bruno didn't like the big one to bite. And there's the bay down there, eh?
I'm trying to think of the band. They were great in the time in the 90s. They did a lot of
Walking towards us. Hello, buddy.
Oh, it stopped at the exact same spot, you fucker. Why? What is going on? Oh, fuck. Yeah, this is pissing me off a bit. I'll just see if another one works. Hang on. Nah, it's going offline again. At the exact same spot at where that's fucking weird. In the exact same spot where it stopped before it stopped. And now it won't play any video because it says it's gone offline. Fuck. I don't know what. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I've got a terabyte here. It just weren't playing on this thing, and it's got like 15 years of videos on it. And that's a bit of a freak out. Fuckers. Oh, what the crows have been going off the last hour. Oh, why? Yeah, so well, I voted. What's today? Thursday. Yeah, a double check. It's Thursday. Yeah, I voted yesterday. I should have filmed it. I just couldn't be fat. Yeah, crow. Oh no. Someone's dying in town, I guess, and guys just tell me. Yeah. This one man getting noisy now. I'm getting a little bit annoyed. I can't believe I only did that many videos in 2023. What? Really? I'm just going through the hard drives I can access. That's weird. It must be somewhere else. Very strange. Yeah, so election day, last day to vote is Saturday. Of course, I voted for all the independents and not the ones that, not the Teals, no way near the Greens, nowhere near Labor. But I think I made a pretty good choice. Family First, that's a Christian one. Yeah, I put One Nation there. I mean, Pauline Hanson. Yeah, I chucked her in there somewhere. And as for me, local was what's his name? Craig Kelly. Anyway, the ones who are for the farmers and stopping this stupid new green energy shit. And so hey, so what else was it? Well, we had fish styles at the lake. Yeah, I haven't done many videos this year. I've been very slack. I've been very, very slack. I should put a link in case anyone wants to. I didn't know if Aussie wanted to join. Not many people are joining lately, except for Glenn. Oh, Joe turned up last stream. That's right. Yeah, that was cool. When did I stream? Yesterday. Yeah. But yeah, some reason that fucking terabyte's not working.
Well, the weather's good. We're going for a walk. Bruno and I. He didn't seem to want to go, but I talked him into it. Everybody.
I think Roo Ryder left. Oh, how's it going now?
Yes. Very chemtrailed today. Bruno seems a bit out of breath. Bruno. Yeah, I thought I'll take him down the lake while it's fairly mild day. See how many dead fish there are on the lake. So apparently there's a big fish die-off lately, which is very sad to hear and to see. So Bruno and I, we're just going to check it out, eh? You noisy buggers. Rosella. Hey, beautiful. Come here, Brian. Good boy.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, few fluffy clouds.
Just doing a walk with Bruno.
Yeah. That was a nice day today, wasn't it? Had a bit of sunshine, mate.
Yeah, nice day today.
This one.
I've done a bit of washing. I've got to hang it out. I haven't hung it out yet.
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
But I better.
Nice show.
God, the crows are going mental outside.
Let's see how the swans are going today.
Yeah, I'm going to have an early one tonight, mate.
Yeah. You had a few late ones, I guess.
Oh, fucking! I didn't get any sleep last night. I think I had 3 hours. 3 hours sleep in the morning.
Yeah.
It felt
like that.
I've been going.
Yes.
I've been going out to the pub, mate. I've been fucking up. I'm just like fucking overexcited. I'm like a little kid, mate. You know, because Christmas. You know what I mean? Just like full of beans, mate. You know what I mean? Can't sit still.
You're walking to the pub, or?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You don't want to get caught on drink drive.
No, I'm not. No, everything's walking, mate. Everything's 5 minutes away. It's easy, mate. That's a problem too, though. It's too easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I had like a few days of not drinking, because I had to walk up to the shops in the freezing cold rain and wind. That was a good deterrent. So, no, it's not that easy, really. I'd rather not drink than go for that fucking cold walk. You know?
Hey, you got a bit further to walk than me, man. Yeah, you probably, 15, 20 minutes to get to the shop, isn't it?
15 by myself, 20 with Bruno.
20 with Bruno.
He makes a lot of stops to sniff every single dog that's pissed on a tree or a post.
That's right. Something smells good over here, Dad. I'm going to stop and smell this.
Yeah, must make his day. I think tomorrow's meant to be really nice. Yeah.
Saturday's meant to be good, too.
So I will go for a walk tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Friday. So I still haven't got me gummy bears and marijuana shit because of Anzac Day. The woman wasn't there, and she, everyone had a holiday, and then I have to make another appointment to get it all done again Friday. You know. And the people are going to give me the $5,000 loan. They never got back to me. So I don't really care. And then I ring up because I want to get one of these back massager things you put on your chair. It'll massage your back and your neck and shit. And so I might be getting one of them soon. That'll be good. So
we've got three massage shops within 10 minutes from where I am.
Yeah, we've got about 6 in sale. One's Thai, one's Japanese, one's Vietnamese. They make out they're all these different ones, but they're all the same width, probably.
They're all the same. They're all the same. They all look the same. They've all fucking probably got the same owners.
If they're Japanese, Thai, or. But I have been there when my back's been really fucked, and I've paid me $55 for a half-hour massage. Don't need any happy ending thing. They did a great job on me back, and that was all I wanted. And
well, apparently, out of the three that are here. There's one of them doesn't offer any happy ending, but the other two do.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Oh no, you say at the start, no, I don't want the happy ending though. And it is cheap, $55. And I mean, I've been going to this other chiropractor who, he's just a bit brutal. It's like, wow.
Well, actually, yeah, no, the last one I went to, man. Yeah, the last one I went to, she was an older bird, and she was fucking good, man. Like a good massage, I'm talking. Like, really good, man.
Well, there's a woman in town who does it, but she's not a prostitute.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
It's
Yeah,
$80 a visit, and it's like, what?
No, that's the Now this one's like really like she was just older, but
Pension
she,
won't cover that shit. You know, it has to be.
no, you got to go to the real one, real massage parlor, a proper massage.
We haven't got many to choose from. I know every single chiropractor and physiotherapist in Sale. You know, none of them are good from everyone I've heard from. You know, in Melbourne, the best.
Physio is overrated, man. I reckon it's bullshit.
Oh, just every single one will be different, right?
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to get, when I was in Mombog, my back was totally fucked after getting into a punch-on with 3 people at once. And, yeah, they kicked the shit out of me. I took a one. I didn't back down. Yeah, half my age. They ripped me pants off, you know, and I gave them hell. Anyway, I got beaten up, but, you know, I don't back down, you know, back in those days. Idiot. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't even fucking pick up a paintbrush or anything. And so I went to this Norwegian physiotherapist, and yeah, 3 visits. My back was fucking brilliant. I felt like I could punch on again. He knew it. He knew it. He was perfect. And I've been to other, you know, ones that were brilliant. And this chiropractor I went to, he would X-ray your back before he'd start on you. You know, so he'd know exactly what was wrong with you.
That's the right.
You know, back in the late 80s, I put me back out and couldn't even bend down. And yeah, this guy said me back had been out for quite a few years, and he put it back in. I couldn't walk for 3 weeks, but finally, yeah, he totally fixed me. This guy, 5 visits. But
yeah, good chiropractors are worth their money.
It's hard to find them now, you know. You got to do your search, you know. You got to research a good chiropractor or physio.
Yeah. My old man fucking swore by chiropractors, man, because he had back surgery and he was never right afterwards. You know?
If you got a good one, no worries. You know, you got a good physio, no worries. But there's so many charlatan ones that, you know, they don't know. They're just, you know, pretending. I will just bash here and up there and legs and arms and yank his neck and rip it around like the Exorcist, you know.
Yeah, my old man would have been fucking crippled if he didn't have a good chiropractor, man. He was. He was a strong old bastard, man. At 60, man, he was still fucking, you know, he could still hold his own, man. He used to punch out fucking 20-year-olds and fucking, because he was SAS, he didn't take any shit, man. You know?
The fact that the medical industry didn't recognise it as a medical science until now, you know, proves that, yeah, there's something to it. Of course there is.
Cool.
And that used to piss me off. You could get anything else in health, but not chiropractic or physio. But now you can.
You can actually feel, right, when your back clicks in, you know, you can feel the bones go into place, you know. It's a real thing, man.
Oh, the last, she was Japanese, the last woman who did it to me. I mean, me back. Oh God, it was painful. When she still my shoulder, it really hurt. I was like, ow, fuck.
That's what this one was like, man. Yeah, she was good the last time I went to.
She was getting into the problem though, you know, like the place she found every single place that was fucked in me back.
Yeah, same, man. Same with this one. Yeah, she was really good, man. Fucking
And
amazing.
you feel like you can walk again.
He had her fucking elbows in me and fucking everything, man. But I felt better afterwards.
Yeah, you can get some bad ones who the hands just aren't strong enough and shit. And it's like, oh
Yeah.
God, this is a massage. I need them to get right into those painful joints. And no, the last one, oh, she knew everything, you know. Because I used to do it for me dogs, or I used to do it for, you know, my girlfriends and that. And I could tell where their back was out. I could feel the heat from certain areas. Same with me dogs. And I've always massaged me dogs' backs as well. And I know about it. You know, I've done it myself, you know, for many years.
Yeah, I'm good at it. I enjoy it, but it's too personal for me. I considered doing it as a job, making a career out of it, but I can't because it's too personal.
I never did that. No.
It's
I was picking who I did massages for.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to do it to someone that you fucking care about. You don't want to do it to fucking everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, but my dog Annie was proof. They wanted to put her down because she couldn't walk, and I took her to the dog chiropractor, mate. 3 visits, she could run around, you know.
Yeah.
And that just proves it, you know. I got charged $600 for those vets to say nothing we can do. We got to put her down tomorrow. You know, and then she lived
it helps to have strong hands, but you can't be a butcher. You know what I mean? You've got to be able to feel the knots and work them out.
John Clay's worked on thousands of dogs, greyhounds. He used to be the guy everyone went to who had greyhounds, and he cares about greyhounds. You know, he's got a whole heap of.
That was the vet that looked after Annie.
The dog lovers, they do it out of the love of their heart. They didn't do it for money. They used to only charge me $20.
Yeah, you tell. They want to help. They want to help you.
And I've known him for like since 2004. You know, yeah. And
sounds like a caring person. He's in the job for the right reason.
Oh, he's one of the best people I've ever known. You know.
Yeah. If it's just a job and you don't take it seriously and you don't really care, you're not going to do a good job, are you?
He refused me money the last 10 visits. He would not take money off.
Yeah.
So I took Bruno to him and a few other dogs way before that, Ivy and Sasha. And, not Sasha, Rolly. He couldn't help Rolly. Rolly's back was fucked from this vet. This vet fucked his back up. And hey, on till I
saw a beautiful Rottweiler today, man, on a job site. It was fucking. I think it was the builder's. I think he was actually the builder's dog. And beautiful, man. Like not a puppy, but maybe maybe a couple 3 years old or something. And look, just glowing coat, man, happy, comes straight up to me, man. I go, "How you going? You're beautiful." I'm giving him a big pat on the head, mate. He was just fucking a beautiful dog, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, I've hardly ever met a bad Rottweiler, you know.
No, fucking magic dog, man. Really.
I raised 8 of them, you know. So I know Rottweilers, and they're the best dog a family could ever have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that big
Rottweiler, he was raised with 2 babies, you know. He was a very caring dog. Yeah. He was so protective of women and children, you know. And little animals, you know. He protected the cat from other dogs and things like, you know. He's just amazing.
Yeah.
He's like an angel.
Yeah.
I want to get a bronze statue of Floyd in replace it with 10 inch.
This one had like a red coat, man. It wasn't dark. It was like a red coat, man. You know, like really fucking shiny, man. Really shiny. It was beautiful. Man.
Yeah.
It had a black head, but the coat on the body was like a dark red, man. Yeah, fantastic. Man.
Oh, there's a petition out right now to stop
The statue. The statue. Yeah, I saw that on Topher Field. Yeah. Is that where you saw it?
No, it was somewhere else. Yeah. It was funny. The thumbnail was a statue falling down of all this dust and crumbling.
I'd like to see it covered in pigeon shit. That's what I'd like to see, just covered in pigeon shit.
Look, it's almost like if they put it up, that was a trap to try to arrest people if they defaced it, because everyone wanted to face it, you know. So I was thinking if they do set it up, it's a trap so they can get revenue out of it, you know, because everyone's want to go and face it.
Get spit on it, fucking piss on it. Piece of shit.
So I saw Monica Smith going to take Dan to court and all that, but
have you seen that?
She don't want money, you know. Just wants to go to jail, but it's not going to happen.
We'll see what happens, mate, but I don't trust her at all.
It'll never happen. Dan Andrews will never fucking go to jail. Never will any politician in Australia.
No, they're just going to have to go into exile.
We knew that since the Joe Biocchi days.
What's great, what's great, Ken, is that no one will fucking help him, mate. No one will fucking help him at all. He's got no friends, mate. He can't go anywhere. You know what I mean?
Oh, some guy snuck him into the golf club and he got kicked out. Oh, fuck, that was beautiful. It's like, nah, he's not welcome here. He fucked our life. With everyone hates him for that.
Get this evil hunchback out of here.
But his idea is that to put a statue up of him anyway. They've been talking about this for 2 years. So, the most hated premier who won in a landslide and then quit 2 months after, you know.
They won a landslide, mate. A landslide.
Yeah, that was the biggest bullshit.
Nobody knows anyone who voted for him.
No. Oh, God.
Try and work that shit out. I can't work it out. It's fucking, that did my head in, mate. Landslide my ass.
It's like clickbait or something. I don't know.
There's not that many retarded fucking people in Victoria. There's a few, but there's not that many.
Have you voted yet, Clint?
I wanted to. I fucking drove past one of the early voting joints. It's on the side of on South Gibby Highway, and there was fucking cars and people lined up for fucking miles. I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I got dropped off at the town hall in Sale to vote, and when I was going shopping yesterday, and all these people out the front, you know, and I'm going, "Who are you?" I'm the Greens. Oh shit, no! Get away from me, Satan! And then there were the Nationals. I don't know who they were, but apparently proud little John, what's his name? Little.
I don't know.
Anyway, he was in the protest. He's part of it. But in the end, I knew who you know, I put family first. You know, they're a Christian one. I even put One Nation. I put a few others for the farmers and the Nationals last. And then I really looked up on everyone. And, yeah, I did. They were about the best of a bad bunch anyway. So I felt pretty happy with the vote. Not that it'll count because I forgot to bring a biro and I did it in pencil and I'm going to the people. If you got a biro, I can borrow. And they go, oh, no, there's pencils over there. They go, Okay, that means me vote's not going to count because it'll be erased out by a rubber.
That's right. I
They
know,
laugh.
it's
They
bullshit.
laugh because, you know,
You know what I should do, man? I might go
so many
there.
people must have asked that. Oh, could I have a borrow?
Yeah, you know what I might do? You know what I might do, King? When I vote, I might go there with a fucking packet of marker pens and fucking hand them out, mate. What
Yeah,
I might
that'd
do.
be a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a few here. I meant to grab them. Yeah.
I was going to vote one cock and balls, but yeah, I might try and I might give someone a chance. I'll give someone a crack, I suppose.
I forgot to say, you know, those cardboard booths. Just as I left, I set one on fire, and then I walked up, and the whole place ended up on fire, and about 20 people died. And, nah, I'm joking.
Yeah. I can't believe it.
I've just been stupid. Nah, but they're all made of cardboard. And I go, it would be hard for some lunatic to go in there and set those cardboard booths on fire. I don't know why I was thinking that, but it's in a giant town hall. They could have put it out easy anyway. But I'd never do that. I'm into building things, not destroy. But I don't know why that thought entered my head. Like, it's surprising no one comes in here and burns these cardboard booths. You know? Anyway, fuck the elections. It didn't matter. I told him, I was telling the guy while I was waiting in line, I had to wait like 5 minutes before I could get in there and vote.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's the longest I've waited in a line for many a year. It was only 5 minutes. I go, yeah, it's a lifetime to me. I'm old. You know? I've got better things to do than this shit. I go, mate, you really think my vote's going to count? Like, we got, you know, left, right parties that are actually both left. And, you know, there's no right wing on any fucking eagle of ours. And, you know, we're all going to plummet. And, you know, they're all both fuckwits. And,
what choice have we fucking got? You get this dickhead or this dickhead?
That wants to bring in nuclear power, and Albanese wants solar. Solar and turbines. Yeah.
The wind turbines work real good, mate. Real good. Yeah. They're always just like thousands of them.
Fucking they last 10 years and don't explode after the first 6 months of being
there. Kill all the birds if they do work, and they blow up. Yeah, they catch on fire.
Oh, Ozzy said, "G'day, pieman."
Yeah, Ozzy, good to see you, mate. Should come in, mate.
Ozzy, get the fuck on here. You know, you haven't been on a stream for ages.
Yeah, be good to talk to you again, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting like the Eric Farmer show here, like, you know, just a few people do.
I'm spewing I missed him, man, because I just didn't wake up till like 11:30, man. And I had to go get my car.
You're excited, yeah, you.
No, actually, no, I got the car. No, I went to go look at the car.
Oh, no, that was after that. Yeah.
I got the car on Tuesday. But yeah, Sunday, I think I had a big night on fucking Saturday, and fucking I didn't wake up till like 11:30 or something on Sunday.
Yeah.
I missed the whole show.
Yes. Anyway, I'm glad that's over. I would have had to go to the town hall this Saturday to vote, which is up the other end of town. Would have had to scab a lift off someone, and
hey, my neighbour had a good story. My neighbour had a good story about voting, man. He went and voted early, right? And he said he was standing in the line, and someone came up and gave him some pamphlets, and tried to give him, the flyers. And he goes, "Who are you with?" And he goes, "Oh, we're with the Greens." All right. So he said, well, you want to take all these flies, because he was collecting all flies from all the dickheads, right? So he had like a whole handful of flies. And then a green came up there and gave him their flyer. And he said, no, I don't want your flyer. He goes, yeah, if you want to do the right thing and protect the environment, recycle this shit. And he gave them all of the flyers that all the other cunts had given him.
Yeah, waste of trees. Yeah.
Well, he was just giving it to him, mate. It's like, here's some more flies. Recycle this.
Scott.
Yo.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you, mate. I missed you.
Yo.
How are you,
Yeah,
mate?
we're just talking Australian politics bullshit. We got the most boring politics.
I'm gonna show you something.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me see it. I'm trying to figure it out. No, that doesn't work. Oh, here we go. So look, what is that?
Oh, eggs.
Oh, some googie eggs, mate. Some bum nuts.
Oh, is that an incubator?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
chicken.
Oh, wow. I've never seen one like that.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy? Look,
Yeah, good.
That's great.
12. Anyway.
Oh,
And they're
cool, Scott.
not eggs you got from the supermarket, Rob.
What?
They're not eggs from the supermarket, I'll take it.
No, we have a rooster.
No,
From
these
the
are natural born eggs.
Yeah. Dude, so the rooster has been mean lately. I'm like, just kick him in the head. And so hold on, let me ask you a question. Kenny, you know about you grab them by the neck and you push them down and you show them. Actually, you sit on them. Have you ever heard about this? The rooster?
No, I haven't heard about rooster sitting. That sounds like some crazy fucking sex position.
No, well, yeah, you kind of do that, but like that's how you prove to the rooster that you're a bigger rooster.
I'm a bigger rooster.
Oh, like
yeah.
push him down with your hand.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I used to do that a lot.
You're like, yeah,
I used to say no, and I'd hold it until it calmed down.
And they say to do it for like.
Look, if you got a lot of roosters, there becomes a gang of rapist roosters, and you got
they are. They're rapists.
Oh, they are 3 onto 1 poor hen.
Anyway,
and I'd grab at them and anyway.
But what I'm saying though is like because my wife is like she's scared of it now. Like I'm like, dude, just kick him in the head. But no, what you have to do is you have to.
Oh no, I don't, because they got very tiny heads.
They actually. Well, no, I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying to dominate. You know, it's domination.
Oh,
what it is. You know, so what you do is I've seen it. Like they push them on the ground and for 7 minutes though. I'm like, you gotta stand there for 7 minutes. I'm like, no. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna freaking say, guess what? You don't want none of this, dude. I mean, that's what I do because I'm a man. But the thing is, though, she's a little bit scared of him because I think he's scared or he's mad at her because she takes the eggs. You ever heard of this, Kenny? Where like, and she's yelling at the other hens like, get out of the garden, I'm just saying, like, I think he's trying to comfort her. Like, it's just one of those things. I don't know.
They'll only respect someone with a bigger cock than them, mate. Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, I guarantee. Well, I don't know. No, they have tiny cocks.
I had 15 hens and 12. I had 15 hens and 12 roosters at one stage, and
12 roosters. You had 12 roosters,
and I had them separated, but
yeah,
in the end, it was just too hard to keep the roosters out, and the hens would keep jumping the roost into the. They wanted to get with the males too, and I just gave up. But it seemed to work. There were some certain alpha roosters that would keep the other roosters in line. And there was one rooster that jumped the fence, and Bruno jumped on it.
Jumped the fence.
And yeah, rooster jumped the fence, and Bruno dog got it, and he started plucking its feathers out.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought he'd killed it, and then I've got up, and it's still alive, and he hasn't actually attacked it in any way. He's just pulled the feathers out.
Dude,
I've grabbed it off him and thrown over the fence.
Same
That
thing
rooster
happened.
was so humble after it. Never.
Good. Yeah, see, that's what we need. That's what we need. We need the humble roosters, dude. We need the humble. You need to humble yourself.
Oh,
You know
no,
what I'm
at least 3/4 of me roosters were very humble because they were the alpha roosters. You know, they kept it. It was amazing how it worked, though, because people said you can never have more than one rooster, and I proved it wrong. You know, I proved that they all get along. They work it out. You know, if you're there helping them too. You know?
Well, what I'm thinking is like getting rid of
And
them.
you're right about holding them down. That sounds good. Like,
Yeah, no, it's true. It's the whole thing. You hold them down, and you prove that you're like
I
the
used to
dumb.
hold them in my arms until they calmed down. I go,
Yeah.
yeah.
For how long though? Like 5 minutes?
Sometimes 15 minutes. I'd be
Yeah,
sitting there
15
having a
minutes.
beer
Yeah,
going, you're all right now, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said, dude, bro. Hold on. I have to get on camera. Oh, hold on. I gotta get on camera for this one.
It is a
Hold
whole.
on.
It's like you're living this other life with heads and roosters. It's like you really
How do I
get
do
into
this?
the way they think. I don't know. It was very, one of my best times of my life was, hanging out with the roosters, and I had a chair in there I'd take in and sit there and just watch the craziness. Little chickens are the best. Oh God, I loved it when they were chickens.
Oh, the baby chickens. Man, I remember when I was in kindergarten, and we had like a farmyard animal day, you know. And they brought in these baby chickens, man. That was so cute, man. I think every child loves them, mate. They're like fluffy fucking ping pong balls, yellow ping pong balls. You know, they're just adorable.
Yeah,
you can't. They're beautiful.
Yeah. No, I raised many a baby chickens. When I was younger in the 60s, we used to have this incubator thing. And sometimes the hens wouldn't sit on the eggs for some reason. And so we put them in this glass tank incubator with lights on them, and then they'd hatch. Straw down and Ozzy's backstage.
Ozzy,
hey, long time no see. Cheers, buddy. I've got to go get a beer, so you and Lynn can talk for a sec.
Good to see you, mate. How you doing?
Good to see you. Yeah, all right. I just got home from work. So
yeah.
Oh, you just got home from work. Wow.
Yeah, long
That's
day.
all mate's left.
You still doing the same job?
Yeah, I don't know for how long though, because it's just I'm getting older and my body's not used to it. So.
Yeah. It's getting cold, man. It's not the right time of the year to be walking around outside, is it?
No. Like, it's not too bad, but it's just like, fuck. I had to lift like 300, not 300, probably about 100 pit lids today. And it's just fucked. My back's, I went to the doctor and my back's like, I think I got arthritis or something. My hips.
Yeah.
So,
that's no good, man. Yeah, you gotta look after your back, mate. You only get one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few things going on at the moment, so I didn't really want to. I don't want to say too much, but there's a few things going on, but I'll have to when I get a chance to. I'll tell all about my story. But it's it's I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much at the moment because it's
No worries, man.
It involves the law. So
yeah, just assuming that. Yeah, I was assuming.
Yeah. So I've got to go to court and all that. So I don't really want to say too much about what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah. But you've been targeted, mate, are you?
Yeah. Well, I didn't really want to say it, but yeah,
It happened to me before, man. They tried to put me in fucking jail, man.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do to me, but I don't really want to say too much because they're always watching and listening.
Of course, mate. Of course they are. Yeah. Because your opinions hurt feelings, and feelings are more important than fucking facts.
Yeah. Look, I've had to, friends and family, I've had to endure all their garbage, not just for this time, like for 5 years, but probably most of my life. I'm thinking, how have you guys survived? I don't get it.
What do they call it? Ignorance is bliss. That's what they tell you, right?
Yeah. So a lot of people are like that, and so it's difficult. I'm going through
you know what the problem is, man, with most people who actually do care, right? And they know the world's fucked, right? What they say, man, you know, their excuse for not actually fucking caring or make a difference is, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. That's just the way it is. You just got to live your life. Don't worry about everything. You know, just be happy. That's all you got to do. That's what I hear. You know, and that's from good people. They just don't want to fucking. Yeah, well, you know. Sometimes you do just have to fucking chill out, man. You know what I mean? Just chill out a bit. You know.
Yeah. I was at the voting the other day, and that's why partially the reason why I jumped on. I thought you guys are talking about politics, right? I was in the line and I was saying no to every pamphlet giver.
Yeah.
And I'm like, a resounding no. I said no. I said we voted no last year. We voted no, and they didn't like it. They didn't like that, and I said, "Where's the free barbecue? I want my free sausage and bread."
Sausage.
And they go, "Oh, come back on voting day." I said, "Today's voting day," and that one guy said, "Oh, go to Bunnings." I said, "No, I want the snacks now, mate."
You've got to pay for a snack.
Bunnings and this sausage sizzles. I remember I was with a mate and he wanted to get a sausage at the Bunnings sausage sizzle, and we're watching the people cooking it, and there's this old guy, and he's got all this snot hanging out his nose, and he's blowing his nose in a handkerchief, putting it in his pocket, and then turning the bread with his hands and the sausages. And fuck.
You should be charged extra for marinated sausages.
And that was during COVID times. What the fuck? You know, if you're going to have a sausage sizzle, make sure they've done the course in hospitality, you know, restaurant stuff, you know, like, no, you can't have...
He probably didn't wash his hands either. You don't know. He probably went to the toilet and didn't wash his hands.
Despite the fact of COVID, it's like...
Poppy, remember that? Poppy?
Never get a sausage from Bunnings.
Yeah. What was that, Prime?
You remember that Seinfeld episode? When they go to Poppy's restaurant, the best pasta fucking cook in fucking the whole of fucking New York, right? And he goes to have a shit, and Jerry's in the toilet, right? And Jerry's gone in for, and then Poppy comes out of the cubicle, right? And he just walks straight out, mate. Doesn't wash his hands, and he goes and cooks a meal, you know. And Jerry's like, no. He didn't say a word. He's just like, you're not going to eat? He's like, and then everyone's asking about it. Jerry says, Poppy is very sloppy.
I miss that episode.
I think I've got. I can't like. I probably have seen that episode, but maybe I've seen like when Jerry said, "Oh, like he turned his nose up at it," or he's in the bathroom with him or something. But to be honest, I haven't. I've only seen like parts of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Like maybe like certain episodes I'd probably just watch, and I've got a box set on DVD that I've never watched because it's always on TV.
Yeah, you should watch it, man. You should.
But it's not on anymore. I don't think it's on anymore. So it's probably a good thing that I've got it on DVD.
I think it's still on TV, man, on one of those extra channels.
Oh, it's always been replayed, yeah. The thing I liked about Seinfeld is it shows the true nature of the typical New York Jew. You know, they're very selfish. They only think of themselves. They don't care about anyone outside their little world. You know, that was a brilliant part of it. I did like the way they paid for all their crimes at the end, though. That was brilliant, the last episode, you know. They went to jail. They went to jail for exploiting, like, that fat guy, you know. No, it was such a well-written series. I do love Seinfeld, you know. But because, in a way, even Jerry's exposed to his own people of what cunts they are.
Whenever he saw him, it's like,
society, we're just Goyim.
You know what? Whenever Newman had seen me, he'd be, hello, Jim. And he'd be like, Newman. I fucking hated it.
Them four represented the New York set, you know, like, yeah.
It was a good show on its day. But yeah, they were poking fun at fucking everybody, man. Everybody.
Including themselves, which is good, but
no,
yeah,
they ripped off of movie scenes, man. They remade them in their own way, you know what I mean? Even the JFK assassination, man. It was like back to the left, back and to the left, and that was the gooby from the fucking hill. Like someone had fucking spat and hit fucking George, the fucking Kramer, hit Kramer in the fucking forehead, and his head went back and to the left, back and to the left. Yeah.
Losing me there. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The JFK assassination, man. They fucking recreated it with somebody spat on them, man. It was like the gooby, the gooby that went around the world. You know?
Was it the Zapruder Goober video?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like that.
What, on a Seinfeld episode?
Yeah, man.
Mm.
I was more of a Simpsons fan than a Seinfeld fan.
Yeah, I'll watch both. Man. I love both.
Look, when I first started watching,
Frasier was a good one.
When I first started watching Simpsons, I was just starting to smoke weed, and yeah, it was a good stoner type show to watch. But yeah, it's gone on too long. You know, they're really flogging a dead horse now. I think.
I'm not even sure if they're still running episodes anymore.
Oh yeah, no, just like South Park. South Park keeps churning them out. Sometimes they just have specials, you know, like oh god, them COVID ones were terrible. But I've got the last series. Yeah, I've got the last series actually.
Not a new car, but
when I first saw South Park, I thought this is terrible. I mean, I liked it, but I'm thinking all these kids are going to be watching this horrible stuff, you know. That
South
is
Park,
adults only content, and it was adults only content.
I thought
I
it was
knew it
great.
was a way of corrupting children at the same time, you know.
I thought it was great because at that time I think I was 10 or 11 or 12 or something, and I was pretty much banned from watching The Simpsons, and then I was banned from watching South Park. But it was as if that South Park was able to inspire people to make a cartoon. You can make crappy cartoons.
So how old were you when that came out?
I don't know, 12 maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah, you can almost take it at 12, but you know, I was thinking of the younger, you know, kids who are 8 and 9 watching it. Like, no, you don't.
My son was watching it.
Yeah, I'd say 14 over. Yeah, you know, they could take it. You know, but you know, I just knew how.
My son was watching it when he was about 8, I reckon. Hey, I bought myself a nice car, Aussie.
Oh, okay.
I bought a BA XR6 Turbo.
What was that? I couldn't hear.
A BA XR6 Turbo, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. A real nice one, man.
Is it the one with the turbo in it?
Yeah, turbo, man. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
a big shot thing.
Show Aussie. You go out and show it.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'll show you. Mate.
You want to see it, Aussie? It's just out that door.
Oh, it's okay.
I've got to walk outside, mate.
You're a car enthusiast, don't you, Aussie? Like, what are you holding it for?
No, I don't know. I'm more of a Holden guy, but for reliability, I'd probably go for Ford.
I'm sort of both as well. I do like Holdens.
If you look after Holdens, they're good cars, but if you thrash them, they tend to shit.
I am a Toyota man too. I've always liked the 3 cars. You know, Toyota.
Toyotas are the best car you can ever get.
Well, the most reliable car ever. The most reliable.
You don't even have to Camry, what a great model.
You just put petrol in it and fucking drive it, mate, and they just keep going. Yeah.
I never had much problems with any Camry I had, or
Camrys go forever, mate. Camrys will still be around at the end of time, mate.
I miss my Hilux Toyota monster truck. God, I still wish I had that.
Hey, that was a good one, mate. Oh.
I actually had tears when I sold it. I did not want to part with it, but my dogs couldn't get it.
It was like a rock crawl. It was fucking off its guts, mate.
I never got bogged ever. I went over the roughest shit. I made Richie from Boston look like an amateur. Yeah. And I can't find any of these videos now. Oh, fuck, it pisses me off. I've got to verify the shit.
I'll have to open her up.
I'll put it on solo. Hang on.
So this is the interior, man.
Oh, yeah.
Red leather, man. Factory.
Oh, that'd be rare as.
Yeah, man, it is.
Yeah. That's all right.
All the seats
Is it auto or manual?
Auto.
Oh,
yeah, auto.
Sport shift. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It came with, from the factory, man, got premium leather, premium sound, premium brakes, premium paint.
The seats are leather? Fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Got a sunroof. Come out with a sunroof, man. I've got adjustable pedals, and I've got a Momo wheel. I've got fucking every option ticked, man. It was $15,000 worth of options when it was new, man.
Wow. Like, I was going to ask if it was leather because it looked like leather.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But, all the seats have been retrimmed. All the bodywork was done. It's been professionally resprayed, man. Yeah. And the dude I bought it off, he was a 66-year-old retired mechanic.
Wow.
And he rebuilt the whole car. All new bushes under the car, man.
They're the best. They're the best ones because they're like well looked after and shit.
Yeah, man.
If you go by a proper mechanic who loves cars, you know, can't go wrong.
And, I don't know if you can see the car.
Garage as well.
Oh, it's beautiful. I can't wait for you to come down so Bruno can get in there. And...
No chance. It's lightning strikes silver, man. I can't really show you. It's dark as shit here. I'll turn it on and put the headlights on. Hold on.
Yeah, you have a light on that camera, don't you? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, fucking, I don't know how to use it while I'm on the phone there, man.
What's this car here? Just by the wheel.
Before the game tonight, because I think you'll see them breathing fire. Yeah, we'll need to be ready to ball in forward after. If that's happening, hopefully win the game quarter time. And what's the plan to Zach Merritt, mate? Brad Scott's number 6.
Can't really see it, man. But it's
good, sorry. So that's your car, Ozzy. Oh, that'd do me. Easy for Bruno to get in. Yeah,
it's done highway case, but I'll show you how much it's done.
What is it? Holden. Oh, nice.
I think it's done.
Yeah,
300 something thousand.
Hey, man, sorry I can't show you. It's fucking dark as fuck. But,
Yeah, no, that's all right, mate. During the day next time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming down on Saturday to see Ken.
Oh, cool. You'll get to meet Ryan. Have you met Ryan?
No. Only on one of your live streams.
Oh, yeah.
So what's yours is a V? Yours is a VT, is it?
VE. So it's
VE. You get a VE.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, I got the cop wheels on
it. Yeah. No, VEs are good.
Looks like
the only problem with them is the timing chain, the timing belt. Sorry, timing belt.
Yeah, chains, but it's not a bad car. I haven't had I'm lucky not to have timing chain rattle or anything like that.
Yeah,
I've got to get the ball joints done.
That's what stopped me getting a VE, mate. Is the V6, man. Yeah. If I was going to buy one, it would have been a V8, but then I'd get fucking pulled over, mate, for sure. I'd be fucking harassed.
My one has pretty, like, a bit of kick in it as well. It's not too bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Nice.
No, I used to have a BA Fairmont NA, man, and that was a great car, man. Fucking beautiful to drive. Yeah. This one's got power and it's handling and fucking. It's got it all, man. Yeah. Well, It's been dyno tuned, 230 rear wheel kilowatts on 7 pounds of boost, mate.
Oh, it's running like this. Like you could run them off like 30 psi or something. They still,
Nah, not 30. No.
If you got like if you done a bit of engine work, you could get it up to 30 or 40. But
it's got
stock, I wouldn't go past 15 psi.
Yeah, and it's got 1150 injectors. It's got a bigger fuel pump. It's got valve springs. It's got a brand new Pulsar turbo core, and with a bigger rear housing. What else? The only thing that's been done to the exhaust here, they just put a bigger cat, a high flow cat, in the standard exhaust.
Oh.
So it's really quiet, man.
I can't wait to do donuts in it in the bush and everything.
Well, maybe you could come down to Calder Park one day on Friday. Drag strip.
Yeah, get on Calder Park, used to, and race each other's cars. That'd be great.
Yeah, I want to go to the track, man. But apparently Calder's fucked, mate. The track's fucked now.
Oh, okay. I just drove past there the other day.
I know some good tracks here. Oh, well, we're going to I'm on a peninsula, and there's all these gravel roads all up to the end of the national park. And
no, not those sort of tracks. We're talking about
one wrong turn, you're going to hit a gum tree, but, it's great for racing around in, I tell you.
Yeah. Hey, I want to join the car club, man, and do track days and shit.
Is it on Club Ridge?
No, it's not yet. Man. It's not yet, man. Yeah, it's 3 more years. 3 more years it's eligible to do.
Should put it on Club Ridge.
In the 80s and 90s, we used to go out to the pine forest and do, road bashing. We'd be going around mud and all around the pine forest. There's great tracks for just fucking tearing it up. And,
yeah, we did do that. We used to do that in cars.
It's good if you got a shit box and you don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah, we used to drive shit boxes. Like my mates, they'll drive their old.
I did that too, Ozzy. I just got the cars that you didn't give a fuck about because they're already fucked on the outside, but good on the inside. Yeah. And like you're driving along and someone road rages you, you don't care if they're going to hit you. You just swerve them off the side of the road. I did that a couple of times. Someone was trying to road rage me and swerving at me. Then I just go, boom, and go off the road onto the footpath. I did that twice, but they deserved it.
You're a maniac.
It's because I had a big Holden station wagon. Like the metal, cars would bounce off the metal they made back in the 60s on cars, I had a great old Valiant. It would have, got it. People had hit it and they'd bounce off it.
A lot of cars, man. I reckon I spent 6 months, man, searching for the right car, you know what I mean?
Yeah. BA, I think BA turbos are like a good one is starting to get pretty rare now. Like, I wouldn't say like rare as hen's teeth, but they're getting to be collectible now.
Yeah.
Imagine a time when all these cars that are running on petroleum and that are just taken off the road and we're all got electric cars, and what a nightmare that would be.
Well, the power grid would be fucked for sure.
And they need generators to run these power stations for the electric cars. It's like, what the fuck? I've got a video where these cars are all waiting in line to get charged, and then this guy follows this cable and he goes all around the back of a building, and there's a big diesel generator powering it. Like, what hypocrites. I mean, that just says it all. You don't have to show any other video about how ridiculous electric cars are.
Nobody's buying electric cars, man. Nobody wants them, but they're not even fucking popular. Not even second hand, man.
Well, I at the like even if you drive past the car yard, right? I drove past. I think it was a Kevin Dennis and Sunshine or something a few weeks ago, and they had yards. They had an extra yard and it was just full of cars. And I'm like, no one's buying new cars. There's going to be a crash. Like even electric
No one
cars.
can afford it.
The yards are just full. They're not selling anything. It's too
You know when you
expensive anyway for a car.
you know when you come off the ring road, mate, going towards the city, right? And you turn left to go up the Westgate, right? And there's a massive fucking car yard fucking on the left hand side there.
I used to work there. I used to
Toyota
work there. I used to work at vehicle processing there in Westgate, off Westgate or something.
Yeah, that's the one there. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
They're not there anymore. I don't think they're in business anymore because they fucked everyone. They fucked me. They fucked everyone. AutoCare.
Yeah, no, this
I can say who they are because I don't work there anymore, and I think I've been blacklisted from there anyway. So
They were rip-offs. Oh, God.
this joint's got thousands of fucking cars, man. Thousands, mate. It's fucking huge.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy a car. From,
They're all brand new cars. So I don't know what they are, man, but they're all brand new.
I was eyeing a VF Calais with a 6 litre, and they wanted it was at a car. They wanted like 26 for it, and I offered them like 25 or 24, and they wouldn't budge, and I just kept harassing them. I said, mate, the car's only worth 20 grand, and the car's still sitting there. It's got a sticker on it saying 26,990 or something.
Yeah. Because nobody wants the 6 litre, mate. Everybody wants the 6.2, right?
Yeah.
Well,
the LS.
No, I think it was 6.2 or something. They had the bigger V8. I don't think it had the shit one. So
Hey,
there's a
Aussie, I can get a $5,000 loan to get a car, right? I had a friend of mine in town, Tanya. She checked out every single car dealership from here for to Melbourne almost, and not one car for $5 grand. They're all like 10 grand, 7 grand. 8 grand.
7 grand's a cheap.
You can't get one for $5 grand, and yet you can offer private. Seller.
Private.
But this free loan thing, you have to go through a dealership, so it's like useless. It's like, well, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, that's the only way dealerships are selling cars through a
I
loan
just
scheme.
found that out the last few weeks.
But you know what, Ken? You know what? If you can get $5 grand, if you walk into a car yard and they've got a car that you like that's 7 grand, so I've got $5 grand, mate. That's all I can do. Just make the offer, mate. So,
You're probably right, because it's getting hard out there for the car salesman. That used to be the worst scum on earth, eh? Car salesman, real estate agents, and bankers.
So I'm just making my lunch for tomorrow.
Well, I used to know this football player called Jacko, Mark Jackson, and when he left football and that, he started a car yard dealership, and he had one right across the road from us. I used to know him because he went to the same gym as me and me mates and stuff, and and he called it Den of Thieves,
Wasn't he on the Gold Coast? He had a car yard up on the Gold Coast. There was an ad, and he was.
He had them all over the joint.
Yeah,
he had them all over the place.
And he called him. It was on the ad. He had like a GT
Den of Thieves, meaning we're all fucking thieves. Car yard. He made a joke about car yard salesmen by the name he gave the company. It was just brilliant. Brilliant humour.
There was an ad. I think he had a car yard, right? And there was an ad saying that like he was driving a XW red Falcon or something like that.
I'll try and find it.
Can't remember. I was
What
watching.
was
It
it?
was like an
Bloody-
old ad from the 80s or something. I think that was from the 80s.
You ended up getting to know Chopper Reed, who I got to know once. Yeah. And
Have you
he's a
heard about
funny.
the most popular car yard in Melbourne? Aussie?
What is that?
He calls himself the Captiva King.
I've heard. Wasn't that on a current affair?
Yeah, that's the one.
I can't remember.
That's all he sells is fucking Captivas. They're the worst fucking cars on the road. And everybody lines up and fucking
Yeah,
to buy one.
when I used to work for Holden's, we used to call them crap TVs.
They're fucking shit.
You'd replace the oil filter, and all oil would get on your hands, and like you'd have to, take a shower after you'd done just an oil and filter change on it. It was just covered in oil. It was a shit car.
Yeah, shit car.
They're all shit cars.
Even
the VEs, right? They're not even, the VEs, they're not even Australian designed. Everyone goes, oh yeah, they're Australian designed and built, but they're all from Germany. The initial design was from Germany.
They're all Daewoo's, man. They were all made in fucking Malaysia or some shit, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Holden shared the design. They didn't really, they probably did design partially of it, but they were mainly I don't know, what's the European? There was Opel or something. I think that was Opel.
Yeah, that's where Commodores came from, man. Yeah, Opel. That's right.
Yeah, Opel.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Well, the first Commodore was an Opel Record or something.
Yeah, basically it's the same car, man. Yeah, that's right.
But if you said that to a diehard Holden enthusiast, a car enthusiast, you're like, nah, even the Falcon, that was Canadian at first, and then the XC was designed, or XD was designed in Europe. It was a Granada.
Yeah, that's it, mate. You're right.
Yeah. I should have been a parts interpreter. I was no good as a mechanic, but I was good at like parts and remembering cars.
And the Granada had a 3-litre V6, though. It was a shit car, man. That was a shit car.
Yeah.
A 3-litre V6 was like fucking, that was the shit, back in the days in Europe, mate. It was like, wow, a 3-litre V6, wow.
Yeah, they I kind of feel sorry for them because they didn't really get much. They didn't really get the V8s or, they did, but it was...
Even the Cortinas they got, man, they got a 3-litre, I think it was a 3-litre V6. That was the best engine you could get.
Yeah.
Can't find the Jacko car dealership ads.
Maybe they took it off. They don't like Jacko.
Nah, it was probably sexist or something. I don't know. Fuck, that's annoying, Used to see these funny ads and that you can't find them now because, chicks have nice bodies or something.
Did you see the interview that Jacko did with Mike Sheehan? On the, what do they call it? On the couch with Mike or whatever the fuck.
With Jacko?
Yeah, with Jacko, yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that, man.
Who's Mike Sheehan, the footballer commentator?
The football writer. The fuck. He's a complete fuck.
A name.
He was trying to bag.
Yeah, I don't think I liked him. God, that's...
He was trying to bag him. He was just, like, every time, he was just like, and then, he'd just deflect. The other guy would just deflect. But we'd say, "Oh no, that wasn't true." Where you getting your information from?
He called him out. Jacko called him out. He said, "You're the fucking problem, mate."
Yeah.
No, I like Jacko. The few times I met him, he had a good laugh. Same as when I met Chopper. I hung around at this pub and we had a great old laugh about the stupid town we're living in. Well, he was visiting, but I didn't even know it was him until the end of the night. The barman said, "So your mates will."
I met Sam Newman at in the city about 20 years ago. He's doing street talk, and I was bringing home like I was studying to be an electrician, but I never got there, right? But I was bringing home this big board, and it was like it had like it was like an electrician's board, so it had like 240-volt sockets and all that. And he goes, "Oh, what are you going to use that for?" And I said, "Oh, it's my project for a trade school." And he didn't find me funny, so I should have. Being young and all that, and I was just being really, nice to him. I should have said, "Oh, it's for my missus's dildo, mate." I should have said that. I should have said, "Oh, I got to charge my missus's vibrator or something." That would have put me on street talk. Yeah. But I was too sensible. I was too sensible because I've been all day at school. I'm like, fuck, I got to be sensible at school. And then, RMIT back in the day, you still had to be sensible there. So,
yeah, like that Supertramp song. When I was young, they taught us to be responsible, sensible, reliable. That's one of the best songs ever by Supertramp. Was
good song. I think it's a good song, man. That one, yeah. That's what it's called. Isn't it called? It's called the
logical song. Yeah, it's so apt for now,
Yeah.
But I digress. So Gordon's going off the grid. Don't know where Gordon.
Where is everyone? Everyone's offline.
I miss Gordon's cynicalness and
Yeah, we talked to Dave again. Was it yesterday? Yeah.
And Joe come on last night. That's right. Yeah. We were worried about Joe. He wasn't too well for a month or so. And Joe Dirt, Joe Dugan. What's the other name? I forgot.
Oh, abandoned citizen.
Yeah, abandoned.
Eric Farmer. I think he was on last week, but he said that he couldn't afford StreamYard or something.
Oh no! No one's been turning up on his shows lately, and
I was on
the chat, but yeah, lately I
he
just
might
had
do 2 shows a month. He says now he's probably won't do one this Sunday. He said he'll do 2 a month. See if someone turns up. It's just that it's so early. It's 9 o'clock in the morning when he starts, and
Sunday morning.
It's Sunday morning, and us Aussies are sleeping in, and well, the working ones anyway. Like every day's a fucking holiday for me. I hate holidays. It's like, oh fuck, that's not open. What the fuck, these bastards who want holidays, damn them. It has fucked me up a few times.
We're jealous, Ken.
I was meant to get my marijuana prescription last week, but it was Anzac Day, and then the lady who does it, she's only in town once a week, and so I have to wait till next Friday to get the prescription properly because she got way behind because there's thousands of people who want it, and she goes, "Oh."
You just mentioned a good movie next Friday. That's a good smokers movie.
Which one?
Next Friday. It's got Ice Cube in it.
Oh yeah, I've seen both them films. Yep.
No.
Yeah, I like the simplicity of the film. It's I did like them movies. Yeah.
There was a movie similar to that called Next Thursday, man. That's a fucked up movie.
I thought that might have been the porno or something. Next Thursday, it might have been the porno.
No, it was like a what's his name? He made all those fucked up movies, Pulp Fiction. Fucking, it's like that style of movie, man. It's fucked up.
Tarantino's.
It's like a Tarantino movie. Yeah.
I seen a fucked up movie the other week, but I can't remember what it was. It's from the 90s, right? And it had John Goodman in it, and they were bowling. I can't remember what it was.
The Flintstones?
No, it wasn't that one. But it had that creepy looking guy from Adam Sandler in it. I can't remember his name. I can't remember what the film is. But it was basically about a guy that had the same name as this rich guy, and this poor guy kept getting in trouble. And he phoned the rich guy. He had the same surname as him, and he goes, "Oh, I keep getting in trouble. Why is that?" And then he helps him out a bit or something. And, I don't know. It's weird. It's very. I think it's done by the same director as Pulp Fiction or something.
I know most of the John Goodman films. I don't recall this.
I'm not at my computer. I'm just like I would know what it is. Can't remember what it was. So I watched it on Tubi or something.
I know what you're talking about, man. Oh, fucking hell. It'll come to me in a minute. I know what you're talking about.
This will come John Goodman on.
It'll come to me, man.
Remember Jacob's Ladder? That was a great film where John Goodman's like a dentist or something, but he's actually a guardian angel in the film guiding the guy to heaven.
Was there a movie called The Dude?
Yeah, it was, he had The Dude, but it was like that was the main character or something. But
yeah, John Goodman was, and yeah. And it was all in the bowling alley, man. Yeah. That's it, man. That's the movie. Yeah.
Hang on. I'm gonna do it. The Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski from 1998. I had never seen that movie, and I watched it recently. I'm like, what the fuck? I wasn't even stoned. I wasn't even drunk. I'm like, someone must have had an acid trip that wrote this movie.
So what's the film called?
The Big Lebowski.
Oh God, I keep hearing that film for the last 30 something.
You gotta watch it. It's on TV. Like I think it's on like Tubi or something. Watch it for free or some shit.
Actually, I haven't watched it, but Jeff Bridges and one of the other Bridges was in it, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Jeff and Jeff Bridges and his brother, wasn't it?
Oh, Todd Bridges. Todd.
I didn't know you had a brother.
There's so many Bridges, from Lloyd Bridges, their dad. Like the kids, the evil pieces of shit. But, and like the Carradines, God, that family expanded.
Yeah.
Movies, Keith, David, and Orphan Dave from
Keith Sutherland.
Keith Carradine, Keith.
I was thinking of someone else. Keith Sutherland. I'm thinking of
the Carradine family. David Carradine, Kung Fu. His whole family. They used to do movies all together. Like back in the 80s.
They're fucking ringers, mate. They're all ringers, yeah?
Ringers.
Rangers.
Rangers. They're all in the club.
Oh, red hair. Rangers, mate. Like an orangutan? That's what you call a redhead dude? Fucking oranger?
Or you call him Bluey?
Yeah, well, that's the other one too, yeah.
Nah, you lost me now, Pieman. They don't have red hair, the Carradine.
I must be thinking of someone else. Oh.
Fucking oath you are. Kung Fu, David Carradine. He was in Kill Bill.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm thinking of someone else, man. No, that's all right. Cool.
Yeah. Fuck.
No, there's a red-haired actor who's fucking made lots of movies, man. I don't know. I thought that was his name, man. But you know, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Kung Fu was a good. That was a good series, wasn't it? That was fucking good, that one.
Oh, I love it. One of my favourite shows as a teenager. Then the $6 Million Man come along and all those other shows.
That was my favourite when I was. The $6 Million Man was my favourite fucking TV show, man. I was never allowed to watch it, so I had to fucking sneak out the fucking bedroom and fucking peek through the fucking gap in the door, fucking watch it in the lounge room in black and white, you know.
I was a teenager then, so my parents gave up on stopping me watching. Well, Mum was always a horror fan, you know. She loved all the horror films, so my dad used to try to ban us watching stuff, but Mum would go, "No, that movie's okay." Oh, he gave up trying to ban us.
But actually, that TV show, Ken, I think it scarred me for life, right? Because one night when I was trying to watch it through the crack in the door, right, I fucking caught my mum and dad fucking having sex on the couch, mate.
All right,
Mentally scarred for life.
yeah, that would.
That's fine.
Yeah, we used to watch Doctor Who, and I'd have one of the kids at the door watching to see if Dad was coming. Then we'd change the channel. You know, Dad's coming. Yep, change the channel. Make out watching some other stupid show. But
Yeah, I used to be out with South
as he
Park.
walked back out, we'd turn it back on to Doctor Who. It was like I know about sneak watching TV. Oh fuck, it was fun times. But my mum ended up convincing my dad that Doctor Who wasn't satanic. You know, she got into it. During the school holidays, they'd show like every day on school holidays, you get to see like 4 hours of Doctor Who episodes, continuous stories, and it's the best time school holidays. And there was all these other shows that show too, you know, that were good.
There was one stage, man, when I was about.
And I got my mum to it, you know, like you would with, you know, she got sucked into Days of Our Lives like many women back then. Doctor Who was like a sci-fi soapy, you know.
When I was about 10 or 11, Ken, there was 2 shows that were on every day after school, man. And the first one that we watched fucking every day, man, was fucking Monkey Magic, right?
Oh,
and that was followed by the Young Ones, man. Fucking 2 great shows. Yeah.
The Young Ones was good.
Young Ones was a bit like that was a few hours late. Like Monkey Magic was on like about 4:00 p.m. Whereas Young Ones was about 7 or 8. Yeah.
Yeah, it was always the same night, man.
But it was the same era. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. And Monkey Magic was brilliant. Like it was just so funny.
I always knew that fucking Trippy Tucker was a fucking girl, mate. I always fucking knew that.
Oh yeah, it was so obvious from the first time. But it didn't matter. It was the story. It was a story that kept you involved. You didn't care that Trippy Tucker was actually a girl, you know. It was just hilarious how they did that too, you know. It was like, what I just haven't got. Yeah, it was just funny. All the demons they'd come across, and Pigsy was such a sex addict, you know.
It was fucking awesome.
Sandy, you know, and Monka. No, I loved it. Everyone loved the show back then, I know. I used to watch it with my younger brother and Cammy, you know, his best mate.
Yeah, it was a good show, man.
We get a good laugh out of it. It's just so corny and funny. And
I remember, I think it was Monkey Magic. It used to be on in the morning, like they do repeats, right? And it was like before Rage or after Rage in the mornings, and I used to watch them. Like, what the fuck is this show? But I couldn't watch it. It was like it was just too fucked. I was like, someone must have been snorting some good drugs or something when they wrote this shit.
Oh, you never got into it, Aussie?
I recognise it, but I more got into Young Ones because my father had on VHS and used to watch Young Ones. That was funny.
Yeah, that was great. I've got every episode on my computer, actually. The Young Ones. Yeah. I can show it right now, but I'll get copyrighted.
Yeah.
And I've got the Prisoner series from the 60s.
It was fucking good, man. I love Prisoner. Fuck yeah.
I got UFO from the 1970. Yeah, I got a lot of good old 60s, 70s shows.
You're the Aussie movie man, Ken. Fucking yeah. Have you ever seen it? It doesn't.
Look, I used to watch all these carry-on movies in England, you know.
Yeah.
They were so silly, but now I just totally appreciate them. I just think they're the most beautiful fucking thing because they're so politically incorrect. It's just brilliant. It's like the most unwoke humor you can ever fucking find. Oh, wow, tits out for the laddies.
And the Benny Hill was all right.
I just love all that old English sexism stuff. It's just funny as fuck.
The two Ronnies. My dad loved all the English shows because he was a pomp, you know.
Harlem Pace, you know.
Harlem Pace are brilliant, mate. They're fucking brilliant.
That was great. Yeah.
I still watch their videos, man. I still get recommended fucking videos.
I showed a video by them where it's like blind person gets a guide cat to be his guide, you know, because like a blind guide cat. It's hilarious. It's like the cat just runs wherever the fuck it wants, bashing him into heads, you know, smashing into windows. It's so funny. I got copyrighted for that. Taken down. For 2 weeks, you know, for showing this Alan Pace clip. But it's so funny. It has him walking on the roof with the cat, you know, and walking along a fence, you know, then falling over. It's like, yeah, God. The cat got dog. Oh, fuck. It's so funny. You know, that clip doesn't age. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Then it has the cat going through the cat flap in the door and him smashing through the door window.
What about the Paul Hogan show, man? That was fucking legendary, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love it because of Delvine Delaney. She was, God, she's gorgeous.
Yeah.
What about Strop? Remember Strop? And he drank the Vegemite juice.
Delvine Delaney.
That was Delvine Delaney's husband. Yeah.
But this little nerdy looking guy married the hottest chick in Australia at the time.
She was the hottest one. Yeah.
That spun me out. You know, I was like, wow, I can get anyone too.
Paul Hogan told her.
I thought, yeah, all these hot chicks might actually like me because
Paul Hogan had too much pussy. Yeah, Paul Hogan had too much pussy and she couldn't get.
I've known a lot of tall chicks that actually like short guys, you know, and
yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes
John Cornell. He was the brains behind the Paul Hogan. Mate. He was the one, mate.
Yeah, Paul Cornell. Yeah.
Paul Cornell, was it? You sure?
I mean,
I remember the skit. You know, with Leo. Remember Leo Wanker?
Yeah.
Oh,
And he's getting towed from behind from that F-100 truck, and he slams right into the back. That was fun.
Yeah, he was the superhero character, was he, or was that someone else?
Oh, I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched that
There's
show.
a guy, he played a part where he's a superhero of an esky flying through the sky. Leo Wanker, yeah, he was doing all the stunts and things.
Yeah.
It's amazing I can remember this shit at 66. But,
good times, mate. The fucking best time of our lives, mate.
Oh, the 70s and 80s, they were great. And the 90s, oh, fuck, did I have a good time in the 90s. 2000s, it's like the whole world changed, motherfuckers. You know,
the
as soon as
90s,
those
the 90s,
buildings
I think
went
was.
down, I go, this is when the world changes now.
You know, I think the 90s was the last. The 90s was like the. I wasn't, although I wasn't brought up in the 70s. I reckon the 90s was probably similar to the 70s. And then
it was the last good decade.
70s, 80s, 90s, they all merged together.
Yeah, but the 90s was like the last.
Like
the
the
last
70s was
bastion
still halfway through the 80s, and then halfway through the 80s was the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, they were still following 80s culture in the 90s, halfway through it.
Yeah,
and it's like that. Yeah, it's like it's a slow merge, but those 3 decades were great. Even the 60s was fantastic. As a kid in the 60s, I used to love seeing all those women in mini skirts. God, they were gorgeous.
Kingswood Country, mate. That was a fucking great show.
Oh, fuck. I was watching that the other day on Facebook. There was a couple of videos on there. And he goes, "Oh, you greasy wog. You couldn't say that now. Fuck that.
Leave your money on the fridge, wog.
Leave your money on the fridge, wog. What do you got, a Valiant? I hope you shampooed the mud flaps.
Not taking the Kingswood. I just need clean the hubcaps.
I just shampooed the mud flaps. Not the Kingswood.
Not the Kingswood.
You're not taking the Kingswood." You get out of his chair and go, "You're not taking the Kingswood."
Yeah, man, great show. Fucking great show. And he had a fucking Aboriginal statue called Neville in the front garden.
I kind of that show kind of reminds me of my father because he's actually got a Kingswood at home. Like an old man. He'd you know we'd bang. I'd G him up and say, "Oh, you're not taking the Kingswood," because he'd always say, "Oh, you're not taking the Kingswood, boy." I've never driven that car. He goes, "Oh, you're not driving that car."
Yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't even the best. It was like the second rung up the ladder. The Belmont was the base model, man. It didn't even get armrests. It had rubber floor mats, no radio, no demister. I think you got a heater. That was the only luxury you got in a Belmont.
I think the Belmont was like the tradesman special. It was like you had a station wagon and a panel van and a ute, and that was a Belmont.
Oh no, they had Belmonts. They had Belmont sedans too.
Oh, okay.
Base model shit. Yeah, the Kingswood was like a step up the ladder, but it wasn't that good. You had to get the Premier, mate, if you wanted a fucking good one, you know.
Yeah.
I had one, man. That's the one car I regret fucking ever selling. I had an HZ Premier, and I was the second owner, mate. And it was gold. It was a fucking nice one.
I had a mate of mine had one like a Monaro or HQ Monaro, but the fucking idiot he took it all apart and then he just put it all in like he added it all apart and he put it in a shipping container. Yeah. But when it was like it was pretty much unmolested. When he showed me, like he goes, "Oh, I'm gonna do it up, right?" And I said, "Just leave it. Why are you doing it up?" And then he started taking it apart, but then he
He
couldn't.
fucked
He
everything.
fucked with it, so he couldn't put it back together. So all these panels and shit, and windscreen and everything was in this shipping container. And I'm thinking that's like a $200,000 car. You just fucked it.
Yeah. I was a Monaro. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Probably.
Yeah, two-door
hey.
Monaro.
Oh, two-door. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
And it was
that's
like
big, mate.
it was like a two-tone color. Like I think it was white, and then it had a little bit of black or something.
My Premier, my HZ Premier I had, man, right? You won't believe this, man, right? But this was fully factory optioned, right? It had shit that I've never seen in any other HZ Premier, right? Factory option. It had a GDS wood grain dash. It had cloth seats, cloth bucket seats, power windows, twin system. It had everything except for a 5-litre, and 4-wheel disc brakes. That's the only thing it didn't have, mate. It was a fucking beautiful car. Yeah. And I fucking gave it away, man. I sold it for like $1,800.
Yeah, but $1,800 might have been a lot back.
No, it was never a lot. No. I bought it for like 4.5 and sold it for Now they're worth 50 grand. 50 grand, mate, for a Premier, mate.
Yeah, but that's if you can find one in good condition.
A shit one's probably 35, mate. A shit one.
Yeah.
It's mental, man. And talking about Belmonts, man, I've never ever seen a Belmont in my life until not like a month ago when I started looking on car sales for fucking everything. You know what I mean?
My man's got a Belmont badge, and I'm wondering how much it'll be worth. Like it's a chrome badge, right? He's got it sitting in his car. He collects cars as well, model cars. He's got it in his cabin.
It's probably worth a couple of $100, mate, just the badge. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like that's when they like chromed fucking everything, And
the fucking badges weren't stickers; they were fucking chrome die-cast badges that were fucking. They were bolted to the fucking bodywork, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Any of those old fucking badges are worth money, man. Any of them, mate. Ford, Holden, Valiant.
I turned some old badges. I had some Commodore badges, and I turned them into like fridge magnets, and I put them in my toolbox in the shed. And I think one was off a VP or something, a VP Commodore. And I think I had a look on eBay, and one of those things was selling for like $300. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, everything's worth money, man. Anything fucking old is worth money, man. Oh, fuck you.
We used to go to the wreckers and just take shit, just take everything out of cars.
The most fucking despised fucking taxi fucking V8, right? The 253. They're fucking worth money now, man. They're worth good money. You can't find them. There's none left. They used to be everywhere. People used to fucking use them as boat anchors. They used to just throw them away.
When I was in trade school, they were throwing out a lot of old Holden engines in the bin. They literally just threw them into the dump master. And we looked. I had a peek in there, and I said, "Anyone want a motor? You're gonna have to get an engine crane and lift it out and put it in your car." And they didn't even ask us if we wanted a motor. Like we could have been doing up an old Holden or something like that, 161 or whatever. And they just threw them in the fucking bin, like Kane and Batman.
Oh, even the 6-cylinder red motors, mate. Yeah.
Like they were throwing away like good, okay, they had apprentices train on them. They're probably all fucked, but you could repair it. I'd say you'd be able to repair it.
It's simple engines, man. Simple.
Yeah, and I'm like
push rods and lifters, man. Fucking easy, man. Easy shit to work on, mate.
And there was like guys saying, "Oh, we could have had that." Well, we weren't notified. They just threw them in the bin. They only gave us a day notice, not even. And it's like, well, we're going home now. Fuck that.
What a waste.
The best car that I ever owned, man, was an LJ GDR Tirana, original GDR, right? And I bought that for $4,000. And I'd probably own it for about, I don't know, maybe a month. and the engine blew, man, fucking on Franks and Dandenong Road, fucking in Carrum Downs, and I had to get it fucking towed back to my mechanic, and he was an engine builder as well, and he rebuilt the engine for me, man. It was a 186, right, which wasn't the original motor because they only come out with 202s, right? It was an LJ GDR, yeah. The LCs had the 186, but the 186 had a better reputation, than the 202. So anyway, I had it rebuilt, bought out 30,000, turned it into a 192. I had a fucking, you put in a billet fucking steel crank that was balanced. The whole engine was fucking balanced. I saw it all go together. It cost me like $1,600, man, in 1991, I think, from memory. And fucking, you know how much it cost to fucking build a red motor now, man? A performance one with flat top pistons and a fucking hot gear.
30 or 50 grand now. 30 or 50
No,
grand.
you're probably looking at you're probably looking at, I don't know, probably $5,000 for a 6-cylinder, $10,000 for a V8. You know what I mean? Some shit like that.
Oh, depending on the motor. If it's a big V8 or you want to, like Rod Shop. If you go to like Rod Shop and all that, he'll ask for like 50 grand or something for sure.
Oh yeah, it depends. It depends what you want. If you want a stroker motor, sort of shit, better heads and fucking alloy heads and. Yeah, my car had a fucking XU1 head on it, man. Right, it had huge fucking ports, man. Big valves and huge. Well, with the XU1s, right? There was a trick they did to make them breathe better. They took out the center posts and I think they drilled it out and they put in a fucking like a pin, right, between the inlet and the exhaust valve, right, and it gave you fucking better airflow. So I had it was a full on like XU1. Even that head is maybe worth like $5,000 there, man, just the head, But,
maybe that was like maybe it worked off the vacuum, like you said that they drilled a hole through there. Like a lot of the cars, like the Holdens and even the early Commodores, had like vacuum pressure and shit.
Yeah, last time I got a good was 2022 was last time I got a good hit.
Yeah, back in the day when the Dandy Drags were still going, I used to I lived not far from fucking when I was there.
You're breaking up a bit.
You're recording a bit.
Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I used to run my car, man, and there wasn't one 6-cylinder Ford Holden fucking Valiant that could keep up with me. And I used to sit next to fucking GT Falcon and fucking A9X, like SLR 5000s that were modified, man. I was as quick as those cars, man, with a 6-cylinder. Yeah. It's like a wet car.
I had a GT Falcon back in the 80s.
It's because they were heavy. Like you add more shit to the engine, of course. But even I had an old jet. My first car was a shitty RB Gemini, and I drag raced my mate who had a VR Calais, and he had the V6, and I was catching him.
Yeah.
But I was in third gear, but I think I blew the valve on the car probably 3 months later because I was giving it too much. But I was catching them. I was like, it was a little, was it 1600 cc? So 1.6 liter versus near on 3 liter Commodore. Like it's like, I was catching him.
Yeah, turbo Geminis were fucking fast, man. Yeah, I got beaten by
I didn't have a turbo one, but it was just a shitty 5-speed one.
Yeah. So they went well with turbo.
Yeah,
back then there was cars cops could not catch up to. I'd lose them.
Yeah. Until
Back in
the
the 70s,
until the WRX came out, man, and the cops couldn't get near them, mate. They were fucking doing
yeah, they got
bank.
tracking devices and cameras every fucking
Yeah.
sector everywhere.
That's one of the cars that fucking changed the fucking Australian car culture, man. Was the WRX because
But
the whole
I
world,
don't,
really.
I don't, you know, encourage high speed fucking stuff. You know, if you're in the outback of Australia, yeah, go for it. Like you got a fucking 1,000 miles of straight road. Yeah.
Yeah, when they came out, man, yeah, no, the cops couldn't keep up, mate. They couldn't fucking catch them. So the cops started using WRXs as fucking highway patrol cars, man. Unmarked fucking highway patrol cars, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was the same with the car that I just bought, man. That was another groundbreaking car, man, when it came out because it was quicker than fucking everything, man. The BA XR6 Turbo, you know, when it came out.
When I started as a mechanic, that was when the time when they brought out the BA series, right? And then as an apprentice mechanic, I'd bring in the cars that needed work, and road tested a few of them, right? And I remember there was cars that came in. They were like F6 Typhoons, GT Falcons, and a lot of them had heavy clutches too, because you had to be careful not to stall it, because you know they were full on race clutches, like heavy. They're like a brick. You had to like make sure you put your foot down to engage and disengage. You know.
My Tirana was like that, man, because I put a 1 ton clutch in my Tirana, man, and I actually slapped the clutch pedal, and I also snapped the cable, the clutch cable, man. Yeah, it was so fucking heavy, man.
Yeah, these cars are pretty heavy.
Yeah, if you didn't have a strong leg, you couldn't drive it, mate. If you didn't have a strong leg, yeah, I don't know. But this thing, man, the way this car's been set up, Aussie, it's unbelievable, man. It makes maximum torque at like 4,000 RPM, and pretty much the horsepower's maxed out. There's a little bit left, you know, the kilowatts, the power rating. You know what I mean? I'm probably making like 200 kilowatts at the wheels at fucking 4,000 RPM, and it revs to, you know, fucking 6 maybe. But it's economical as well, man. Like it uses less petrol than the BA Fairmont that I had before, man. It's fucking mental, man.
I used to spend a fortune on that last car with petrol Porter Caravan.
Oh no, the fucking Toyota Kluger, mate. That uses twice as much petrol as this fucking car does, mate. Twice as much, and it's a piece of shit, you know.
Yeah, but I think if you add turbo to a car, it acts as like by memory, it acts like a vacuum or a reverse vacuum. So it pushes air through. So obviously you're going to get a bit of cold air, you know, going through. It's going to
I don't have to rev it
past,
to rev it past $4,000, man. There's no need. It's fucking go on at $4,000, man. And because they're a 4-speed auto, and they got the long first gear, man. It's like 100k. You get 100 k's out of first gear, man, with these autos.
Yeah, they're pretty. Even my car, it's shit because it just drinks all. You can't. I could probably get it converted to gas, but what's the fucking point? I just leave it.
No, don't do that. No.
Gas is great, but they're trying to fucking put it out, you know, get rid of it, you know.
You can't even find it anywhere at the Bowsers. There's
really?
No gas anywhere.
It's disappearing. Taxis don't use gas.
I knew that was going to happen. I had a gas HQ holding ute, and fuck, it cost me nothing to go anywhere, you know.
That's when it was 20 cents a litre. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 2008, 9, you know, and yeah, it ended up breaking down electrical shit, and no one to fucking help me out. I had to just end up selling it to some guy, and rats got to me electrics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Fucking cunts.
I think that happened.
Yeah, it was a good car. Oh, fuck, it could pull anything. I remember filling it up with soil from. I used to know this area where they tell me to take as much soil as I want. It was this beautiful, like worm infested soil, just beautiful worms in it, like real dark soil. And I'd put clay with it, and yeah, I grew everything you could ever fucking want. I grew 22 different sorts of vegetables and fruit and sunflowers. 90 fucking marijuana plants a year. You know,
you'll grow
this HQ holding.
Yeah. Worm castings, you'll grow anything if you've got worm castings, man. Everything will grow, man. Yeah.
My sunflowers used to, every year for fucking 10 years, they grow up to 7-8 foot tall, you know. Let alone the weed plants, they'd grow to 20 foot tall, some of them. But anyway, those days are gone. I don't even want to remember.
You're making me jealous.
It breaks my fucking heart. I was an expert, and no one will ever see my expertise. And I'm now just this old 66-year-old cunt who's got nowhere to grow weed. Oh, well. Here's what it is. I can get cheap marijuana now, though, for $200 an ounce from Tasmania. Government funded. And jelly beans, gummy bears. Yeah, I'm still waiting for them because I want to give up smoking. I don't want to smoke weed anymore. I just want to eat it.
I think they had a embargo on. I think they were talking about on the radio. They had some sort of like you could get CBD candy from America or something. And they had an embargo. They said that some guy got caught trying to import it to Australia, and he got fucking caught or something.
Well, they're actually the medical marijuana now is a lot of it's from Tasmania because they've had it legal for they don't even tell us mainland people it's been legal for so many years there. And you can have a marijuana prescription, gummy bears, whatever, and have a license, a car license. You get pulled over. If you've got that prescription, they do not do the test. You know?
Yeah, they don't get
brilliant.
your throat.
And all these politicians in Tassie are saying, please allow this law for the rest of Australia. They're actually pushing for the rest of Australia to make this a law where if you're on the prescription, you can't get done for fuck. Like I got done for it. You know, I hadn't smoked for a day, and yet I still got done with. You've got this horrible, terrible drug, THC, fucking herb on you in your system.
Every time I hear that word prescription, it reminds me of I don't know if you've seen that show, Viva La Bam with Don Vito, and he goes, "I got a prescription for Playboy magazine."
I know who Bam Laguerre. What's his name? Bam Laguerre. I know who he is, man.
Bam. What is he? Was an ex skateboarder or something? I think he was an ex pro skateboarder. Bam Margera.
Yeah, that's him. Bam Margera. That's him, man. Yeah.
And his uncle, they called him Don Vito, and they used to play pranks on him. That was fun.
He was one of the original. What was those fuckheads called? He fucking just did stupid shit everywhere. He was part of that crew.
Jackass crew, yeah.
Part of that crew.
I like it when they done a car rally. When they done a car rally on one of their episodes. They done a car rally and they dropped a piano on one of these old cars.
Yeah. They're jumping fucking cars over houses and shit, man. They were crazy motherfuckers, man. Crazy.
Go ahead, Ken. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, it's not the same dudes who used to do all these pranks on his mum and fill the whole house up with soap suds.
Yeah. He used to harass the fucking parents, man. Yeah. He's old, man. He's most, man. Yeah.
What's they got? Oh, right. One of the first IRL influencers, you know. Yeah, I remember.
Viral videos, like Facebook and all the social media shit didn't even exist then, man. It was only videos.
Yeah, or TV. It was on TV, I think, but you had to get Fox to cable and shit.
That's right.
Yeah. As soon as YouTube come along, it's 20 years YouTube anniversary the last week.
Happy anniversary, YouTube.
Yeah, thank you for putting down 10 of my channels, you fuckers.
I think I've only had one strike,
all this
but
content. I used to have a million views.
I hardly ever put up any content anyway, so
yeah.
I
don't blame anyone not wanting to. It's a lot of time wasted in the end when you get a channel taken down.
You know what I'm going to do? You know, I decided today, Ken, what I'm going to do with my YouTube channel. I'm going to just make fucking car videos, and I'll talk about everything, but it'll be a car video channel, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah. I'll get views, mate. I'll get views.
Bustin does a lot of that stuff, but yeah, I know the one. I watch some people who do car video. Like, I watch YouTube vids how to fix my fucking Hilux, and I followed step by step and fixed it. No worries, you know, put a shock absorber on, and it's like,
Man,
I did that just by watching YouTube. Fucking hell!
I'm just gonna film.
I love that shit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna film all the fucking car
I
shit.
gave myself $200 that day. I've got it on film somewhere.
Yeah. I'm going to do it, mate. Everything I do with my car, man, I'm going to film it, mate. I'm going to go fucking dash. It's going to happen, mate. I'm going to do it. Fuck.
I'm going to go to every cop shop in my area and do audit vids.
Audit vids? I knew that was that was never going to work for us, mate. We can't do that shit. We'll be fucking.
I'm here to make sure you're doing your job, cunts.
I'll lock up.
They'll put us in a.
I love it.
They'll put us in a straitjacket if you do that.
Look, Locksport police video. I mean, Locksport police station. I could do an audit video there. No one's ever there, so I can just walk around and go, yeah, I want to talk to you guys about. Oh, hang on, no one's here. Oh.
No, just go there and say, I want to talk to you guys about
and I'll
Jesus.
call it the most boring police station audit video ever.
You know what you do, Ken? You go up to the police station and you say, I want to talk to you guys about Jesus, and just show your Bible. They'll freak out. They'll like show them your King James Bible, and they'll freak out.
Yeah, because of that pentagram on the badge or something.
Yeah, something like that.
They don't know they're working for Satan. Bastards.
But they've got a lot of young. The problem is they've got a lot of young kids in there recruited, and they don't really know. They've had no life experience.
Oh no, I've met a lot of. You know what they do in this area, Aussie? They send a lot of the rookies down to Gippsland area, my area, and you meet them and. Yeah, they're nice dudes, some of them, you know. I've educated a few of them. You know, like one dude I met, last time I got pulled over when Tioni was living here. She got pulled over, got a marijuana test done on her. It took like 3/4 of an hour. She was negative, even though she'd smoked bongs that day. But, you know, those tests are so great. Anyway, I was talking to this young dude. You know, I like to get on well with the cops and try to make out, yeah, we're normal people, we're not gypsies or anyway. I told this young cop, and I go, how long you been down this way? And he goes, 2 years. I come down when I was a rookie, and I actually preferred the country than living in the suburbs. And so I ended up renting a place here, and me and my missus love it. And we had a great talk for like half an hour, and yeah, everything went well that day. The cops, they let us go, and yeah, just by being nice, Otherwise, they could have pretended pretended she was over. Yeah. Anyway, that was a story of how, and I totally respected that cop for preferring country life than city life.
Sounds like a good one. Man. So, Ken, I wanted to ask you, there's none of your business still make videos, man, because I haven't seen fucking anything.
Oh, I've forgotten about him. I've got a sub to him again.
Yeah.
Nah, he got gaslit, taken down so many times. It was insane. Yeah.
I think the same thing happened with
Johnny
that.
knew him for like my stepdaughter knew him for 10 years. She worked in the same place.
I think auditing Australia is not doing too well either, because he usually used to do lives and all that.
Yeah. Auditing Australia and none of your business are mates.
Yeah.
I think he did one the other day. I'm sure he did.
He done one about a month ago. He went to the shrine, and then his cops were like chasing him and asking questions like, "Why are you filming?" And shit.
Yeah, he's targeted. Yeah.
So the only problem with auditing Australia is he loves Harvey Yemeni, mate.
Yeah, or I don't get involved with all that shit anyway. I just do my own shit. I don't care.
Nah, if you like Harvey Yemeni, yeah, something's wrong. That cokehead.
I think I actually met him once. I was at a March for Men or something. Remember the March for Men? And I think that was the first time I met him. This was like 2016 or something.
Right.
But I'd never, I just said hello to him. I didn't, I shook his hand and said hello, but I didn't really. He was a nice bloke, but I didn't know who he was back then, so I was a bit naive.
Oh no! Look, I'll still be nice to my enemies. Like if I met Harvey, I'd try to have a decent conversation with him, but I don't think it'd go well because I'd question about shooting
kids off the wall.
Yeah. IDF. He used to be IDF. He was also a gangster in Melbourne who was a standover merchant to get drug
and
money.
he also trained the police as well, mate.
And he threw a fucking big carving wooden board at his wife's head and hit her in the head. You see a lot of videos. What about that time you hit your woman in the head with it? Oh, yeah, he walks away from that confrontation. That's just one little thing he's done. Is like, he's been up for assault on his wife.
He had a fucking martial arts fucking gym in the city, and he used to train the Victorian police there, man. In what's it called? Krav Maga. All the IDF fucking shit. Yeah.
Oh, he's so involved in the system, it's ridiculous.
Oh.
It's like, he would never. That time he got tackled by cops, that was a total acting thing. Like, what a setup. Oh, God. I'm being victimized. Look at me, the cops hold me down and stuff. And feel sorry for me. And he's out, like, half an hour later, he's still reporting, What a fucking chill.
I think there's a lot of anomalies with his work. That's all I can say.
I see his face, hear his voice, and I just feel Satan's on screen. You know.
Look, I must admit I watched him quite a bit during when we were locked up for all this bullshit. But
yeah, that's how they get you.
That was the only way, like, that you could get the other side of the news, like the other point of view. If you watch Harvey's show.
Look, Rebel News. He's part of Rebel News, which is ran. What's his name in Canada? They're all Jews giving you a slanted side of the news, and they'll show you good stuff from that. One Rebel News dude, he goes around following Greta Thunberg, and he did it. There was a great live stream where he's following Greta and her parents and security guards, and Greta's actually happy as Larry. She's having a ball and she's laughing at him, and she has no problem with the questions he's asking her. And then these security guards butt in, going, "Oh no!" Like Greta was in real good mood. She was ready to talk, but these security guards stopped him talking. But stuff like that's good. But because it shows Greta's just she's just been used. She's just a typical teenager back then. And
I did see that video. That was funny. Like,
like she's a nobody now, really. But they used her just like David Hogg. Oh, he's come back in the scene. David Hogg, the Parkland.
Yeah, but even going back to what Pieman was saying, right? With the voting. Remember how Pieman was saying that he went to the voting. You went to the voting thing, right? And the Greens were giving you like how to vote cards, right?
This is my neighbour, man, not me. Yeah.
Oh, you were saying the story, right? Your neighbour. Like, I should have said that. I should have said that when I went to vote. I should have said, how about you guys, like, instead of putting these flyers in everyone's letterbox, right? Why don't you do something with these flyers? Like, like I had one woman was saying, "Oh, yeah, we should have a barbecue or something." I said, "Yeah, but use the flyers as fuel or something." I don't know.
Fire starters.
Yeah, but the Greens all want to save the environment, but they're producing all these flyers, right? They all got printers ink on them.
Yeah, they're stopping the land clearing. They're hiring people to shoot koalas. Aussie.
No.
Koalas have been shot from helicopters with AK-47s, for the greenies. And they're clearing all this land for turbines, destroying natural animals, koalas, habitats, it's just mental. They're killing brumbies up in the snowy mountains. Just hiring mercenaries out there to shoot them. They've been doing that for 5 years. They're the opposite to saving the environment. All they want to.
I've heard about the brumbies, but I haven't heard about the koalas or anything. But
they're shooting. I showed that on a few streams back there. They're shooting the koalas. They're shooting the brumbies. I want the Kiffness to do a song about it. I was posting up on me last channel.
That's all right. Darren says, "G'day, this is Ozzy, one of their mates." My fucking reception might be shit.
Darren, how you going, mate? I was just talking about how they're shooting the koalas and they're shooting the brumbies and the greenies. They're killing everything. They're the worst fucking. Look, I can show you what some of the greenies look like. Hang on, where's history?
With the blue hair. When I was that one. Oh, fuck. Come here, I'll go with them secured.
I've got it here somewhere. Yeah, good to see you, Darren. A sensible Aussie. It's an Aussie show tonight, not one UK or USA person's media.
The next day, mate. That's it. We don't fuck around, us Aussies, mate. We go fucking hard. When it comes to fucking going hard, we go hard.
Speaking of heavy mini, I hate this guy's guts, but I just want to throw this in.
I just had one. I had one beer.
Hang on, I got the wrong. I got it.
I'm gonna fucking vote that up. I fucking drove past this fucking line for about 100 metres. There's fucking cars parked on the fucking road, on the side of the road, everywhere in the car park. All the cars, they were all there to vote. There's more cunts in the fucking voting than there is in the fucking shopping centre.
For comments that allegedly accuse Howard of suffering from mental illness and a
Green's candidate for Fowler. One, it's Avery Howard, non-binary anti-poverty activist, and the Greens candidate for Fowler.
In today's report for exposurerock.com, where researchers, you're helping us fund deep dive into political candidates.
Yeah, sorry about saucer eyes, cokehead, crackhead, remember when you mentioned. Yeah,
examine Greens candidate for Fowler.
Look at this guy. This is who.
The bearded lady. It's the bearded lady. Not bearded lady, Ken.
Would be fucking the problem. The boss of the fucking.
Oh, he's got some great policies though. Like he.
Tell us about his policies. Is it a he or a she?
A self-proclaimed transgender activist for Palestine.
He's got good tits.
Now, I've got to tread really carefully when discussing Howard, because last time a conservative group...
He's for Palestine, right? Now, this stupid little cuck wouldn't know a thing about history, and he's just jumping on a bandwagon. Oh, yeah, that's trendy this month. He wouldn't give a fuck about Palestinians, you know. Oh God, it's pathetic.
We are fucked. We are fucked. It's time to go, mate. We're all going to have to fucking get the fuck out of here.
Look, I've been all for the Palestinians for fucking over 20 years, and when I see these fuckheads jumping on, it's like totally destroying the whole message of what's going on, you know.
Dared to share this funny meme captioned "The Greens you thought you ordered versus the one you got," which a left-wing media site called Out in Perth used as the basis for a hit piece blaming the group and an MP who shared the post for comments that allegedly accuse Howard of suffering from mental illness and a bunch of other ugly stuff, which I didn't bother to look into because, yes, the internet is a super mean place. Just check out what people say about me in the comment section of any of my posts. What struck me as odd, though, is that the article blamed random comments accusing Avery Howard of suffering from mental illness when it was actually Howard who had publicly shared an emotional breakdown online and then later disclosed a mental hospital stay. Now, past mental health challenges.
His feelings got hurt that month. Oh, he had to have a month off it. I mean, oh, you go, mate. Oh, I'm having a mental breakdown because someone disagreed with me and hurt my feelings.
Shouldn't disqualify someone from running for parliament, but it is fair to ask if they're up to the task. More concerning, in my view, is that how
we're looking right now. We're looking
appears to have
at a murderer. This guy's a murderer, right? And he's telling us this story, which, but you know, it's content he's telling is true, you know. But anyway, here's a mass murderer of Palestinian.
but absolute disdain for our great nation, and therefore doesn't deserve
the
of serving. According to Howard, it's only so-called in Australia, and our national holiday is a disgrace, which does beg the question. Why would someone who contests the country's legitimacy and refuses to celebrate it want to serve in its government? But Howard's logic is hard to follow. For example, when this Green candidate claims that caring about sex-based rights is a transphobic dog whistle. Can't make this stuff up. It gets worse, though. Our researchers uncovered Howard in a Twitter debate about climate change, where in classic Greens fashion, Howard ran out of logical arguments, so turned it into a chance to target Israel. Because as we've learned, according to the
Anyway, here's a platform for this lunatic.
He's trying to very important. Yeah, he tries. And you can tell it's fake. Yeah, he is fake. He is fake, you're right.
It's just pathetic. God.
Lebo News. They should call him Lebo News because Rebel spelled backwards is Lebo. Lebo News. He can run a kebab shop, that guy.
Yeah.
Never.
I think PK loves him. PK loves him very much. That guy, he loves Army, doesn't he? PK. I haven't heard much from PK. I reckon he should make a comeback.
PK loves Harvey as much as I do. Yeah.
Much as us, mate. As much as we love him.
Yeah. I haven't heard much. Have you heard from PK lately, Glenn, or no?
No.
I've got a new channel and I just haven't subbed to him again. Yeah, I've been meaning to.
Yeah, man. He's got a new channel, eh? I didn't even know.
This is a new channel that I've had for 2 years on my phone, but I didn't know how to put on PC. And then I worked it out when I lost my last channel. Desperate times at work, tech out.
The last videos I saw that PK made, they're like real short, man, like minute videos, yeah.
I think he's trying to lose some weight and get fit. Ain't a bad thing.
Yeah. I do miss you, man.
He tried to chainsaw down a hedge with this electric hedge trimmer thing and cut his hands open. He doesn't understand chainsawing. I should have gone there and helped him do it. You know, I'm a chainsaw expert. And he ended up cutting his fingers. Because the neighbours wanted this hedge gone, and he had no.
That was his fence. The hedge was the fence, man.
Yeah,
I know they started hacking at it and said, "You got to finish it," you know, cut.
And he's like, "What the fuck?"
Terrible. It was his privacy.
Yeah. And then they
off about that. I was going, oh, and people go, "Oh, you're whinging about having it cut down and fucking." I'm going, that was his fucking privacy, cunt. You know.
Then they built a fence. They didn't tell him they were building a fence. That's what happened, man.
And he had to pay half that fence.
No,
they should have paid it. They should have paid it in full.
No,
they ruined it.
No, PK didn't pay. No, his brother paid, man. His brother's the real fucking owner, man, of the house. Yeah. Yeah, I met his brother. His brother's a real piece of shit, mate. He nearly punched on with his
I
brother.
met PK's son. I liked him. I got on well with him. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's not a bad bloke.
Yeah, Lee, yeah. Yeah, we've been to the footy, man. Fucking, yeah, Collingwood games, you know.
Yeah.
Went to see Steve Hughes.
It's a shame him and Max Egan and all the vigilante. Jeff Berry fell out.
Yeah, that was the Christchurch bullshit, mate. That's what happened.
It's like those three could have been a good combination, but they disagreed with Christchurch. And
it was a bit
when they fell out. Anyway.
It was a that's when the censorship really fucking kicked in, mate. After that shit happened. Mate.
And all these fake emails, you know.
This
saying that Max Egan's dead. Like I can't even imagine PK doing
PK doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't want to know him. He doesn't talk to him. He doesn't send him emails, mate. He made a video saying, "I don't give a fuck about this cunt. I just wish he'd fuck off."
No, this happened a few months back, though.
Yeah, I saw it.
Dollar Vigilante and Max Egan were getting emails saying that PK was saying they were dead, and
I know.
PK would do that.
Wasn't me. I don't know who the fuck's saying this.
He just, he's not that controversial. Trying to make up shit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Max is trying to make shit up, man. Yeah, it's him. It's him.
Well, yeah, I don't know now. You know, that's all weird.
It's Max. Max is the fucking problem.
Good.
Sorry. I know you love him, but sorry.
No, I don't love him. I just.
He does.
I used to watch. What's that other guy? The Dollar Vigilante. What's his name? Jeff Burley.
Yeah.
I used to watch him a bit.
I watch Jeff all the time. Yeah.
I nearly bought into fucking Bitcoin, man, when it was $30.
Oh no, I never bought into any of that shit. I didn't want to know about it.
I did dabble in a bit of. I did dabble in a bit of crypto, but I didn't really spend that much time and money.
Sorry, Aussie Pieman. I forgot you to welcome you to my country.
Welcome to your country.
I forgot to welcome my country here, the Tulalunga people. And
you not welcome me to your country. Hey.
I'm so glad to be welcome to the country. Every time I hear that, I go, "Oh, I feel welcome."
Thank you for the welcome to country.
Yeah. On behalf of the younger rainbow serpent that's invisible. And
the rainbow serpent. That was a good story.
just see how this cancel was sued. I think it was $8,000, or it might have been 20,000, because they were fixing a drain pipe in an ancient. I mean, it's an old town in Western Australia, and they were digging it up, and apparently they upset the magical, mystical dragon serpent, and now they have to pay all this money for this invisible dragon that they upset while they was trying to bring water to the town. You know, like you can't make this shit up.
Fuck that.
I covered it on my last stream. It's just so funny. I mean, you know, Wagurul.
Wagurul.
You got to upset the other.
Don't upset the elders.
Wagga fugger.
Wagga fucker.
Wagga motherfucker. He's an imaginary serpent that you do not upset. Never.
Imagine if they done a welcome to country just everywhere. Imagine if they did it like for every
They're
little.
doing it at
Like you go
schools,
to
they do
fucking
it at
Coles,
every
right?
sport
You go to the
event.
service desk at Coles, and then she serves you and says, "Oh, I would like you to welcome to the Warren Jerry people of the country that we're standing on, and we give thanks." Fuck off! I just want my smokes. And my salad bar.
No, look, every time I see,
Like
like,
a Red Bull,
say I see an African immigrant, I'm going to go, welcome to my country. I'm going to say that to them and go, you're very
They'll
welcome.
probably fucking stab you, Ken. If you said that to them, if you said that where I live, they'll probably fucking stab you and steal your car. Yeah.
No, I'll say, welcome to my country, take my car, take my keys,
Take my car. Take my phone.
Yeah. Just don't take my dog or I'll have to kill you, fucker. Anyway.
How ridiculous is that welcome to country shit? I got that at work. Like, when I first started in my job, they did that, and then I think we had a meeting. I think it was last year, and they did that. Like the big boss did it. I'm like, this is. I couldn't interrupt because I'm casual, and I'm like, no, if I interrupt, I'm gonna lose my fucking job. I can't. I just can't do it.
Fucking have breathing in his ear.
It's not so much welcome to count. I'll just have to acknowledge the we're sitting on today.
Every person, right, in my company, right, who fucking sends emails to anybody, right, every fucking single one of them has welcome to country on it. We recognise the traditional owners. And they got the whole spiel at start. Every email. Every fucking email. They have to have it on there, man.
Yeah. I think even our company has to do it as well. Because I got a swims document the other day, and I think that might, I don't know, I can't remember. I have to have a look, but
yeah, because my company, my company is the fucking wokest of all, mate. You know that, the most woke.
What company is that?
The big B, yeah, the big B.
The big B.
The hardware. The big B.
Oh,
the big B.
The ones who just got found out for having face recognition technology for last
that one.
They're not the only ones doing it, mate. They're just the only ones you know about.
I totally believe, they're one of many,
Everywhere you go, mate. Everywhere you fucking go, it's happening, mate. That's what happened in the lockdowns, mate. That's when they fucking set up all the fucking facial recognition cameras, 5G and shit.
No, but even the towers, like I've seen them when I used to work at the wharf. I'd seen them putting up a big fucking tower in Caroline Springs off the freeway, and they were doing it at night.
Have you seen the one on the Western Highway? You fucking seen it? I know you've seen it, Ozzy. It looks like a tree. There's a selfie like a tree on the Western Highway, man.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. Maybe I missed it. There was one on the Calder. There's one on the Calder near Gisborne. I've seen that. It looks exactly like a fucking tree. I passed that the other day.
Yeah. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Actually, it could be the Calder.
Yeah, that was on the Calder freeway. I think you're thinking of the Calder freeway. It's near Gisborne. Because they had to disguise it as a fucking tree, and it just looks like a big fucking log.
Yeah, it's the ugliest fucking tree I've ever fucking seen.
It just looks like a big turd, mate. It just looks like a big poo.
Yeah. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. I don't know.
But why bother, man? Why bother? They're fucking everywhere. Why fucking try to hide the cunts? We know they're fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
There's one like 100 metres from Ken's house. Where I work, man. At the fucking end of the road, there's a fucking massive one, man. It was like the biggest one I'd ever seen when they put it up, man.
Yeah. I got about three surrounding me. I think they're about K away.
I actually went to a new housing estate. I think it was in the western suburbs, man. Right? No, northern suburbs, I reckon. Northern suburbs. And there's like houses, right? housing estate, and there's a fucking 5G cell phone tower right next to a fucking house, man. Right next to it.
Yeah.
Up against the fence, and there's houses either side of it, mate, all around it, like right in the middle of the fucking housing estate.
Yeah, they're even like high power, you know, the high tensile power lines, they've got them in sunshine, and it says do not stand underneath for long periods. May cause dizziness, cancer, all this other shit. I was working there a while back. I think it was Deer Park or Sunshine, where they've got the freeway, and they put these power lines, the high voltage power lines, and you can actually feel your hair tingling.
No
when
shit.
you go when you walk
Sparks
past them.
coming off them. You see sparks coming off them.
Oh, I've never seen sparks, but you can feel like your hair like sticking up and shit.
In the 80s, the late 80s, my mum, all these other people in this area, we lived near those towers, we'd see sparking. They'd just be like a block away from us. And suddenly everyone in the late 90s who lived in that area, who were at that age bracket, like my mum, my best mate, Tammy's dad, all these people in that fucking street got brain tumors, and they all died the exact same fucking year, 10 years later. Now, I know it's to something. You know?
I was told about it in the 80s, man. I was told about it in the 80s in Mulgrave. There was like one suburb had all high tensile fucking power lines.
Ringwood. It was Ringwood.
No, this was in Mulgrave, man. And I was told like so many people around here that lived around these fucking power lines fucking come down with cancer, man.
Yep.
Like, the whole family. Yeah.
And that's before cell towers or the thing. You know, like, fuck, what are they doing to us now? My mum died from that shit, you know, before cell towers.
Yeah, this was like 87, man, when I heard about it. The first time someone told me about it. Yeah.
You know, America's so bad, people are going to Africa. Black American women are going to Africa to live. I've got to show this video. It's so funny. This woman goes back to Africa.
I'm John Abel. Even before Donald Trump became the 47th president of the United States, there were discussions among many regarding the need to move to another country. We've heard stories like Ellen DeGeneres and her wife moving to the UK, with the most recent presidential election being their motivation. Now, Rosie O'Donnell was another who moved to Ireland with her child, feeling it was safest and the bestest thing for her to do. Although moving to another country benefited these two celebrities, O'Donnell would say that moving to another country isn't easy. That appears to be the experience for some, including a Black woman who moved to Ghana to escape racism, but now appears to be regretting that decision. On social media site X, the account National Conservative will share a story involving a Black woman who moved to Africa, but has now decided to move back because her stay was not as what she imagined.
But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scam, the bullshit too expensive, the bullshit not having no snack, the bullshit not having no food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water, the bullshit what's that shit called that be coming down? The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house, it's big ass spiders, colors you've never seen before, all in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you, all the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below, because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Daddy, electricity. And the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity. So if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing and it comes right back on in 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong when I'm outside.
Worked that well, love.
I love people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable. You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. To live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and old malnourished cows.
Throughout the video, she would complain about the differences between the two countries, describing all the problems she's had, including the invasion of animals and other bugs, the natives attempting to scam her, lack of quality food and electricity. She would plead anyone watching to leave a comment explaining how Americans have been able to live in Africa happily because she's ready to go and open up her businesses back in the United States. Now, as the videos has gained steam online, others would offer their perspectives, with some Black social media users wondering what part of Ghana she moved to. Some Black Americans have visited and continue to visit Ghana, as it remains one of the most developed countries in the continent, particularly during Afrofuture, a major festival showcasing African culture, music, art, and fashion, usually taking place between Christmas and New Year's. Several notable American figures like Dave Chappelle, Chance the Rapper, Chloe Bailey, and more have all gone on and said great things about Ghana. One social media user would say, "There's racism everywhere on our planet, whether outwardly shown or not. Don't move to another continent just for that reason alone." Another social media user would take a different approach and advise to apply firsthand research as opposed to moving to another continent impulsively. They said, "I think it's an amazing idea for Black Americans to explore alternatives. It requires a lot of planning, some of which includes researching the destination and its video. It looks as though she didn't do too much research on Ghana before moving, as the culture shock appears to be significant for her." So what do you guys think about this woman regretting her decisions to move to Africa because of the animals and lack of resources she's accustomed to in the States? Let's talk about it more in the comments below. And have you thought about relocating to another country over racism or something else? Save the day for the latest news and comedy, culture, and sports by subscribing here to our YouTube channel and follow Hype Plus across all social media. And don't forget, you can catch our full interviews and more content at hypersclub.com. And if you enjoyed this story, you can always send us super thanks by hitting the button below. And you can tip us what you want to continue to show your support. Reporting live from Hypers Club in LA.
There was a whole journey, you know. It was like, yeah, she was in her car going, "Oh, I'm going to Africa," and then she's there, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse for her. Like, that was just a little bit, you know. Yeah, I want to show the video.
I just want obviously still have fried chicken in Africa, mate.
But she said that these scorpions and big spiders and lizards with never seen before. Because I go back, she's a rich woman according to the area she's in. As soon as she walks out, they go, "Yeah, you're an American African. We can exploit you." And she's ripped off and stabbed. As soon as she walks out the hotel, oh, fuck, they're right.
There ain't no big fat black women living in Africa, mate. Unless they're from
just say Africa, and it doesn't mean we're not going to exploit you, bitch. They think she's like the multi-billionaire in the village, you know.
It's the same with any poor country, man. If they see fat people, they think you must be rich, mate. You can afford to eat.
Yeah, they're eating well, you know.
You must be fucking low. You are, you can't.
Exactly. Open goes in, they just think, "Oh, where's our fucking truckload of food?" Oh, God. You know, it's funny. That video's about 3 years old, but there's all these people who go to other countries because they can't take Trump. He's a racist, man. Oh God, it's mental.
They probably want to eat her, mate. They get a good feed out of her.
Maybe they should sell her their Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Kentucky Fried
I don't think cannibalism is a big.
She's a
No,
big
I
woman.
think
Big
cannibalism's not out in Africa. It's mainly in, the Rothschild, America and England and stuff. Yeah.
Sorry, lads, I'm just paying my gas bill.
Dreaded crime. Anyway.
If you're hungry enough, you'll eat fucking anything or anybody, mate.
Not if you're vegan though. If you're vegan, I asked my sister this because she's vegan. I said, if you were starving, would you eat meat? Like if you had to? And she's like, I'd rather starve. I said, no, you wouldn't.
Nah.
They'd eat a fucking green.
Yeah. Look, it'd take me a lot before I had human, if I was stuck in the Andes. But, I'd try to find every way not to eat a person. But I think a lot of vegans would have chosen to because they hate people. There might have been trumpets on that plane, so they have every right to eat the trumpers, because even though they're vegans and that.
Well, wasn't there a movie? Wasn't there a movie about like there was a plane crash? This was like 30 years ago, and they had to eat each other.
Right. Based on a true story.
Yeah.
It was a South American soccer team. Yeah. Andy.
It's a
That'd be a fucking tough decision. You got to eat your best friend.
Very hard decision.
You got to eat your best friend.
Yeah.
That's why fucking poor Asian people don't have fucking dogs as pets, mate. They're all fucking running wild fucking everywhere because that's fucking food, mate. I'll eat fucking anything.
Yeah, World War II, they were eating horses, But, anyway, that's dark shit, I just want to.
Like we were eating horses, mate. You remember that fucking food scandal that came out with like lasagnas and shit, man?
No, I never ate horses. What? You were eating horses?
Well, they were fucking making horses into fucking frozen meals, man. Some one of these big fucking, multinational fucking companies, mate. They were feeding people fucking.
I probably ate it accidentally. Like the ready-made lasagnas. I've eaten heaps of those ready-made lasagnas. I think 10 times.
Hey, I think lasagna was the main one they were using horse meat for, man.
Yeah, I've probably eaten horse meat 100 times over.
We probably did not pretty well. Yeah.
Well,
talk about
Tim Sims. I
mean, don't even go there. You know what that is.
What about Tim Sims? I mean, who knows what's in that stuff?
I had Dim Sims today, but I bought them from a shop, so I trusted them that they were chicken Dim Sims. South Melbourne.
South Melbourne are the best. Really.
Big ones. I got the big one, and a couple of potato cakes.
I found out something interesting about South Melbourne Dim Sim, Aussie. Because my neighbour, he used to work in a fish and chip shop, man, and his parents are like chefs and shit, like, so he knows about the industry, right? Yeah. And apparently, I didn't know this, but it didn't really surprise me. It surprised me a little bit, but there's a lot of fish and chip shops selling so-called South Melbourne dim sims, but they make their own, man. They don't get them from fucking South Melbourne market.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't know
that's
what it is.
interesting. I thought that like Marathon or something, you know, like the Marathon brand. I thought they would just buy from Marathon like a big bag of dim sims and they'd make it for them.
In Springfield,
No, actual, like they've got it on their board and it'll say South Melbourne dim sims, but they make their own and they call them South Melbourne dim sims.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they've stolen the recipe. You know?
All right.
they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the
They're
dog.
eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
That was a good one.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people
That dog's
live
worried.
there.
Yeah, it's
And
gonna
this
be
is what's happening in our country.
chow mein.
At the end of the video, there's a dog and he's like, fuck no.
I like how they did the vocoder. Like, do you know how they do that vocal vocoder shit? They do that on Trump all the time, and they change his like the pitch of his voice.
Yeah, what's it called?
It's called a vocoder pitch shift.
Yeah, no, the actual term for it, man. Cole, that's how Coley Minogue became famous. If you can't fucking sing, mate.
Yeah, it's like a pitch shift. Auto tune, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
There's many fucking famous fucking pop stars that can't sing. Many. Yep.
There's probably a lot of singers that can't sing, but they manage to get by.
Yeah. You'll never leave that shit down, but we'll never forget that, will we, Ozzy? Meatloaf at the grand final. Meatloaf singing at the grand final.
Oh my god. No.
Stop! I can't stop,
I'll do anything for love.
Won't do that.
He doesn't need to do that. Like, I think he was all right years ago, and then all of a sudden he went shit when he did all that. Like,
I think he lost his voice when he lost all the weight.
yeah, but he was good years ago, but then he just went all retarded.
Yeah, he went retarded.
I think he had a fallout. He had a falling out with Jim Steinman, that guy that basically ran Meatloaf or wrote shit for him. And then he goes, I think it was later on in his career, he goes, oh, I'm just going to write my own music and produce my own album. So that's what he did. And then everything after 1995 that Meatloaf ever done was shit.
I'm becoming like you, mate. I'm like, fuck, let's go.
I think the last good album, the last good album that Meatloaf done, I think was Welcome to the Neighborhood, and that was it.
This is our garage heater, mate. It's a fucking doozy, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking cooks you, mate. I had to turn it down because Darren had it on 43, and if you sit in front of it, you're fucking cooking.
It looks like a solarium lamp. It looks like a solarium lamp or something.
Yeah, it's fucking hot. It's on 29.
It's not really that cold here. Like I'm in shorts, but I'm wearing a hoodie, and but
You're a tradie?
Yeah, he's a mechanic.
Yeah, he's a tradie.
Yeah, that's why you wear shorts all day, every day.
well, I wear shorts. Like my current job, I have to wear pants every fucking day, even in the summer. That sucks. Oh.
You're right, you have to wear a suit.
I should wear a clown suit every day at work, I think.
That's what I wear.
That's what they used to call me, mate.
I was thinking of doing that. I was thinking of doing that, like rock up to if I didn't like someone at a funeral or something, or a family or friend or something, just dress up in a clown suit and go to the funeral.
What do you mean I'm not wearing a suit? It's a clown suit.
It's a clown suit. What do you
The shoes give it away though.
Yeah, you gotta have big floppy shoes. Big floppy shoe, like what was it? Rodney Rude. He goes, oh, you gotta have big fucking duck ass clown shoes or something.
Fuck you.
Yeah. I seen him once, right? Like he would never. You would never see anyone like him ever again on the comedy circuit.
No, it's over. That's why we love the 80s, mate.
Well,
I saw Rodney Rude. I saw Rodney Rude at where I live now. Yeah. So
I'll tell you what. The most popular
in the 80s.
The most popular album to come out in 1986, I think, was Kevin Bloody Wilson. I fucking heard that shit I might have been 84, 85, around there anyway.
I like Kevin Bloody Wilson. He was great.
He's still going. He still does. Yeah. He still does these live shows.
Yeah.
I think he's touring at the moment. He's doing a tour.
Where's me fucking bike? You promised me to bring me over what I like.
Nah, that's Rodney Rude you're talking about.
What?
Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Was it?
Yeah, Kevin Bloody Wilson.
I get them both mixed up, sorry. Yeah, you're pretty right.
Videos, man. We used to hire him for the video.
Let me fucking bike. Yeah. Nah, you're right. Yeah. No, I'm
funny,
thinking about Cole Elliott. Cole
Elliott was good.
Yeah.
When he goes, he does a bit about an Italian guy going to watch the football, and he's talking about the umpires. And he goes, every time they hold the ball up, they blow their whistle, and they say, "I got the ball, I got the ball," and then they kick the ball through the big sticks, and the man wearing the big the long white coat, he says, enough, and he waves his flags in surrender. And I said, and he said, I was in the crowd, and the supporters say, whose side do you want anyway? And he said, hey, you bloody mug, And then he punched me in the face, and I fell over. Because everybody called the umpire, "Hey, you bloody mug," because he was on "Hey, you bloody mug" side. Yeah, that's Cole Elliott. He was good, mate. He was fucking fun. Yeah.
Remember he did a song about meeting E.T., you know, and E.T. visits him when he's having a piss out the back of the pub. He meets this alien and he invites him back to his home, and the alien loves his, you know, those beanbag chairs, you know, buffets. Hey, it was a great song. You can't find it on you. It might be there somewhere.
It was fucking clever.
It was a funny song. And he goes, "Hey mate, I miss you," and he's crying at the end because the alien had to go back up there. It was a real mock at BT. Oh fuck, it was funny. Cole Elliott, yeah, he was great.
Back in the days when you could say fucking anything and nobody was offended ever. Everyone fucking had a laugh, but you know.
Yeah, you just didn't make up grape jokes and shit like that. You're right. Like, who wants to anyway?
Wogs were wogs and Aussies were Aussies, right?
And Wogs didn't care about being called Wogs, you know. We didn't. They call us names, we call them names, and it was a laugh.
Oh, mate. No one fucking got upset. No one.
Everyone got along. We all loved our different ethnicities.
I miss those days, mate. I fucking do.
I was even friends with Turkish people that never actually pulled a knife on me throat. You know, they were good guys. Nah, in Australia, we learn to get along with everyone. It's so a psycho.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what race. If they're in that case, yeah, fuck it.
Well, I grew up playing soccer, mate, because all my mates are Italian, Greek, Yugoslav, Czechoslovakian, fucking, you know.
Yeah, I grew up with Germans and Dutch and all that side, and Scottish and Irish and English. Fucking just, you know, it's like, yeah, we all got the fuck along. We didn't even think about there was a thing called racism that only happened recently, you know.
But never got it.
There's racism in the country. Oh shit! Oh, I didn't know. Oh, right.
It was only ever complete fuckers that were bad, you know, and no one liked them anyway. It wasn't a problem.
Say you're in Northern Territory, yeah, you might find a bit of racism there, but yeah, that's real outback shit.
Yeah. So how's the gate?
You want to hear a funny story? Right? One of the customers at my job, he's going, he goes, "I didn't know. Are you the meter man?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, I thought you were playing golf." Because he goes, "Oh, where can I get a golf shirt like yours?" I said, "No, it's my work shirt, mate." Because it has reader on the back, it has meter reader on the back, and I'm like,
"Yeah, isn't it?
I'm here to read."
Yeah, the
and I said to him, I encourage you to. He goes, "Oh, I'm going to write to your manager and say, I want to get a golf shirt like you." And I said, "Go right ahead," because. And then the other day, I was talking to my manager on the phone. I said, "Oh, I spoke to a customer, and he said he wanted a golf shirt from you guys." And he had a bit of a chuckle to himself, and you know, but it was just a funny way of saying that our uniforms suck.
Yeah, I think he was just giving you some shit. That's all.
Yeah, but I was laughing. I was having a bit of I was just pissing myself laughing. I'm like, fucking hell, this guy's. I said because he was retired. I think he was a consultant or something, a business consultant. And I said, man, you need to come work for us. I'll pay you. Get out of retirement. I'll pay you.
Yeah.
Because he could like kick all the managers at my job that aren't doing too crash hot. He can kick their ass. You know, so. But he goes, you'd have to pay me a lot of money. I would never do it. It's too stressful. No one listens. It's all bullshit.
Yeah. So you get 5 days a week worth of work there now?
Yeah, I do like 5, sometimes 6. I was hoping to do 6 this week, but my hips are just fucking. I've got to do these exercises, and I've got to go to physio, and my body's getting fucked, man.
I would have thought all the walking would be good for you, mate.
Yeah, but I've stacked on a little bit of the kilos, and it's
must be hard on these cold days, though.
Yeah, it gets worse in the winter though. Like I'm loving it now because it's autumn, but in summer it's really shit because you got to get up early and it's hot, and then you're sleep deprived and you can't get sleep at night. So you got to get to certain places.
Summer than winter, though.
Yeah, summer would be better than winter. Winter is summer. You're getting rain.
Like, look, at least in the winter you can like warm up and shit. But I don't really like summer. Sometimes it gets too hot.
I love summer. I hate it when it goes. It's like
I like summer when you're on holidays. It's the fucking best because at least you can go retreat in the shade if it's too hot.
I work outside every day, man. Yeah, summer's a cunt, mate. Working outside. That's a cunt.
I was a painter all my life, and I loved painting outside in summer. I love the heat. Always
yeah, but you would have had like a shirt off and shorts.
Love the heat.
Yeah, but Ken, you would have been working with like shorts and a singlet and all that shit. Like
and I had my Balinese, those hats they wear that are triangle. It kept the sun right off every part of your face.
I gotta wear like a full.
Why are you wearing that Balinese road hat? Coolest hat you can wear, man.
I gotta wear full pants, full shirt with no open sleeves and all that. So long sleeve shirt, long pants every day.
That's bullshit.
That's in
communism. That's communism, Anyway, I'll just play a comedy clip. I'll sped it up. I think I'll get away with it.
Someone's
the Golden Labrador, unique amongst canine breeds because it has the ability to act as a seeing eye for the visually disabled, a task no animal was capable of. That is, until now. Thanks to modern training techniques here at the Animal Psychology Unit in Barnstead, the world of the visually disabled has become that much more assured since the introduction of the guide cat. Trained to a very high standard, the guide cat will lead its master along safely, making a wide detour of natural hazards. The guide cat is ever aware that its first duty is the care and safety of its master. The guide cat is also trained to remain poised and calm, whatever the crisis. It even knows where to stop and wait for a number 53 bus. He can also calculate distances and always chooses the most desirable route home. And the busy highways can be a danger to life and limb. Until at last, it guides its thankful master back to the security and comfort of his own home.
Remember Halen Page?
I just love that.
The guide cat's fucking walking through box and fucking all through the
It does what it wants to do. You know, it doesn't guide you. Unless it's seeing ghosts and shit. But, yeah.
That's what we're caught on, Ken. That's what.
Yeah, I want a guide cat now. I'm being serious. I want a fucking guide cat.
I've got a guide dog, Bruno. He's I'm trying to arrange for taxi drives for me and Bruno where they allow dogs in their car. And it's an ongoing mission, but I will eventually find a taxi driver because I've got a free taxi card. I can get free rides anywhere. But I've got to find one that doesn't mind the dog in the car. Then we can go to wherever the fuck we want. The beach, the forest, the mountains, and go to Melbourne and, get involved in protests against aliens.
Unless you want to go to the women's protest, there was a women's protest on the weekend. Could have gone to.
Oh yeah, that was a good one though. Women will speak, and yeah, fuck, I was for that one. And across the road, there was all these 20 people, 20 to one lunatic screaming at them and chucking eggs and being totally fucking pigs. And yeah, you see the women will speak protest compared to the animals across the police boundary. Oh God, just vicious, ugly, horrible, nasty fuckers. I want to kill them. I'm a trans and I want to eat them alive. It's horrible. It was a peaceful protest, and across the road they had to get 300 cops to protect that part of the area so these lefts wouldn't rip their fucking heads off.
Hey, I saw that David Limbrick guy over there. He was supporting the women, man. Good on him, mate.
Yeah,
I'll give him fucking respect for that, mate. Good on him.
I actually put him on the electoral thing when I voted yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, you voted, Ken. You didn't. You could have said religious exemption. That's all.
I know, but I got to go through all this rigmarole. I want to go off the fucking electoral roll. I don't want to be on it anymore. It's not going to make a difference.
I think it was a relative of mine, uncle and auntie. They when they got the fine, they just said, "Oh yeah, I go to church every Sunday," and they get off the fine. Well, they don't have to vote.
I didn't get away with that because even though I was brought up a Jehovah's Witness and we didn't have to vote, as soon as they found out I'd left the Jehovah's Witnesses for 25 years, they decided to fine me for those 25 years and not voting.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
The most insane fucking thing, but no one blinks. No one gives a fuck. I went through... I'm still paying off fines for never voting in my life, I've never not had a moment in my fucking life where I haven't had to be paying off fines for the last fucking 35 years. Yeah. Every fucking paycheck I get has 100 or 160 bucks out of it for fucking faked, fucking trumped up fucking fines from a fucking pedophile fucking government. Anyway, because to speak against pedophiles in government and cults and shit. Yeah, suddenly I get fined every fucking moment of my fucking life.
Yeah, I just went there and done a dummy vote, a donkey vote.
Did you vote one cock and balls or what?
They made sure I never own a house.
Yeah. I just crossed out every single box and put no suitable candidate, but I done it in pen, permanent pen, so they wouldn't be able to scrub it out. But it doesn't matter anyway. Still,
When I voted yesterday, my uncle borrowed maybe said there's pencils over there, and I go, oh well, I guess my vote won't count. I'll just erase it.
I was seriously considering bringing a lighter with me and just setting it on fire. Don't want to do that.
Mate, don't go there.
No, I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to do it.
People to do that.
Yeah, I was thinking it.
Oh, they want people to do crazy shit like that, so they can say, "Look at these lunatic righties."
No, I was just thinking as a funny thing, but I would never do such a thing. But yeah,
We've also made now you can switch in.
The fact that Keith Richards and Willie Nelson have outlived Richard Simmons has me thinking mental healthy diet and exercise thing.
It's no good. Fucking don't worry about it. Keith Richards is proof, man. He should have died 50 years ago. He's only smoking weed, mate. That's why he's still.
He's 90 now.
Yeah.
He's smoking weed.
Oh, yeah. He never stopped smoking weed, mate.
He doesn't. He just.
That's proof of good for you.
is that Jim guy? You know that one that Richard Simmons or something? Is he still alive? That one that done all the gym. He was like a gym instructor.
Oh yeah, Richard.
Is he still alive? Well, Richard Simmons. Oh, yeah. Is he still alive?
No. Actually, I think he did die.
Yeah, he died, and he never wore a headband.
Yeah.
No, look, back in them days, there was Olivia Newton-John doing the gym stuff. Every one of her chicks wore a headband, but maybe they get mixed up with Richard Simmons having a headband. I don't know.
I'm not mixed up, mate. He always wore a headband, and he always had fucking sweatbands on his wrists as well. But now, if you look it up, he never wore.
I remember the sweatbands.
He never had a headband or sweatbands on his wrist.
I always remember he had a headband.
It's weird shit.
What is that? Is that like the Mandela effect or something?
Yeah, man. It's one of the big ones.
What you say? Yeah.
It's a big one.
I didn't pay too much attention to Richard Simmons. He was just a little bit gay.
I used to watch it, man. Don't ask me why, but I think it's maybe because there was hot women exercising next to him. But he was.
I remember when that was young.
There was nothing on TV. That's right. Yeah, you turned on the TV and you didn't get a choice. There wasn't anything else to fucking watch. And he was always in the bus.
Aerobics Australia.
We had
all the wild women on
5
there.
channels then. You know.
You had like Cheese TV in the morning, and then you had that guy. You had that guy, that evangelist guy that was telling that preacher guy. What was his name? Ken's not you, Ken, the other Ken. Kenneth Copeland.
He's a fucking.
I used to watch him in the morning.
Evil piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, fucking oath, man. Richard Simmons, mate. Everybody remember. I used to watch it, man. I used to watch it because there was nothing on TV. And yeah, we in Canberra we had. Oh, before SBS come along, we had one commercial channel which was called Channel 7, right? and ABC. That was it, man. And then SBS come on. We had 3. Yeah? There was no 9, no 10. I never saw Channel 9 or Channel 10, mate, until
I lived in Gippsland and we only had 2 channels, ABC and then the Gippsland channel that showed different shows. Like, we never got lost in space. We got Star Trek. So many shows we missed out on. But you go to Melbourne and you see all these shows that were in America and UK, and I used to have holidays with my grandparents and watch all these other shows that you wouldn't get in Gippsland. They didn't get channel.
Same. I went on a holiday to Tasmania when I was about 14, right? And we drove down, right, to fucking to Melbourne. There was friends of the people that we visited, and I don't think we stayed there. We just visited them anyway. Yeah, in Melbourne, somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it was in Melbourne, but somewhere in Melbourne. And we caught a plane from Melbourne to Tasmania, right? And anyway, when we were there, we were watching fucking wrestling. I'd never seen fucking wrestling before, man. I'm like,
oh, really? No, we used to see it. Yeah.
It was like, this is fucking great. It was like Hulk Hogan and fucking all that shit, you know?
Yeah, the old days, the festival.
Oh, that was the Andre. Yeah. What was the? It was a big fucking Greek cunt from Melbourne.
Yeah,
his name?
Anyway, we used to watch that on TV back in the 70s.
Yeah.
In the early 70s, we were watching the wrestling from Melbourne.
Festival. That's right.
What was that town hall called in Richmond? Or
It's Festival Hall in North Melbourne.
Yeah, Festival Hall. Yeah, that's the one.
Festival Hall. Yeah, it was always there.
Yeah.
I used to meet mates who'd go there and go, "Oh, God, it was great," you know. And I never bought wrestling as far as I always knew it was scripted, you know. Ever since I was a teenager, I go, yeah. But I enjoyed it, you know. It was
good. When you're young, it was fun, man. It was entertaining. Yeah.
It's all over like bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
So many Italians in it.
Yeah, Mario Milano, he was the Melbourne guy, mate. He was the fucking the big fucking Greek fucking Australian Italian. What do you mean? He was Australia's fucking Andre the Giant. Yeah. He was a big motherfucker.
If Andre the Giant come out here, he worked there for years.
Yeah, so much shit. Another time, my old man, he had a car accident, fucking driving, you know, from one work site to another work site, and he ran off the road, man, and he ended up, and he got whiplash after the car accident, and he ended up in Traralgon. And that was the first time me, my sister, and one of my dad's best friends, we used to call a cousin, and he was Italian as well. So my mum and him, they shared the driving from Canberra to Traralgon in my mum's Gemini, man. There's 4 of us in a little boat, right? And we got to Traralgon to visit my dad. We got to Traralgon to visit my dad, right? And that was the first time I ever saw Hey Hey It's Saturday.
You missed a good.
And that's when it was on during the day, not in the morning. In the morning, yeah, not the night one.
It was the best one.
Yeah,
it was the best one.
Yeah.
No, kids at school used to ask me what, because they didn't get Melbourne TV, so they used to ask me about all these shows I used to get to see when I'd go for holidays with my grandparents, because that's when I caught up TV, you know, Star Trek and all that. But we eventually got all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, no, we missed out big time in Canberra, mate. That was fuck. It was like a country town, you know.
Oh, there's so many shows. I go to Melbourne going, why aren't they seeing that in Gippsland, you know?
Because we had ABC, we get all the fucking English fucking comedy, you know, all those shows. And the commercial channel would
We
just
had Love Thy Neighbour and
yeah, and the commercial channel, the only
Monty
one commercial,
Python.
yeah, the one commercial channel we had, they just played like the most popular shows, you know, from wherever they came from, you know what I mean? Like Happy Days and fucking like I didn't miss out on a lot. I saw a lot of shit when I was young, but it was a
We had
mind
all
blowing.
these English shows, the Children Foundation something shows, and they were educational shows for children, but they were from England, and they'd put a story to it. They were actually well done, you know. Some kid falls down a hole and there's a landmine from World War II there, and the other kids have to try and get him out of there. And, you know, weird shows like that.
It was a show you used to watch, man. I fucking loved it when I was a kid. Fuck, what was it called, man? It was all these like fucking people dressed up in animal suits, right? Like life size fucking cartoon characters, right? And they're all animals there. And banana splits, man. Banana splits. You remember that shit?
Oh yeah.
That was a fucking great show, man. I loved it.
And the goodies after that.
And the goodies, that's right. And the goodies.
I did a movie about banana splits 8 years ago.
3 banana 4, 5 banana 6 banana 7 banana.
What they did 8 years ago, they did a horror movie, horror slasher gore film about the banana splits. You know, it was called the Banana Splits, and it had the banana splits as this guy and his son and kids go to look after his banana splits music park from the 60s. And then all these banana splits characters are robots, and they come to life, starting to slash all the kids' parents to pieces. And yeah, it's just a horror movie, you know. Like, yeah, they're burning people alive, and they're the nastiest fuckers you can imagine on earth. Except they don't kill the kids. They'll kill their parents, but they don't kill the kids. You know? It's like, how fucking sick is this? They're destroying our icons, you know. And then Star Wars become destroyed, and then Star Trek, and then Doctor Who. They just come for every single icon. Endgame Marvel was the last proper movie of Marvel. Then they destroyed that, and they're destroying every single fucking icon we loved, you know. And then fuck Doctor Who, we're going to make him a woman. Oh no, now we're going to make him a black guy who's gay, and destroying every icon we ever fucking loved. The Terminator series, Terminator series got destroyed. Yeah, it's just everything we ever loved in the past, you know, they're trying to remake and destroy.
Do you remember Kimber the Lion?
What?
Kimber the Lion.
Oh, Kimber the White Lion. Yeah, I love that show. Kimber, who's the king of Africa?
I used to love that.
The White Lion is his name, and then Disney copied it with Simba. You know,
Simba,
the Lion, yeah,
the Lion
King. The Lion King was a total copy of that Japanese brilliant cartoon. You know, they totally, and they gave no credit to that series. You know, it was like, oh, this is a Disney production. We didn't get these ideas off anything. No. Our lion's called Simba, even though it's based on a character called Kimber. And Speed Racer and Gigantor. Astro Boy. Oh, fuck, I loved Astro Boy. That was my favourite cartoon growing up, you know.
I liked Inspector Gadget. I loved Inspector Gadget. He was good.
Oh, yeah.
Gadget.
It was okay, but Kim was much more. Such a good backstory, and yeah, it got complicated.
What was
But
the other one?
Inspector Gadget was, yeah, that was an English series, wasn't it? Yeah.
American, man. American. Yeah, it was American.
Was it?
Yeah, oh, they might have pretended to be English, but I think it was American. Yeah, yeah. He was like
Well,
an Inspector.
it was an English cartoon, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a rip off of the Pink Panther, like made into a fucking cartoon, sort of. You know what I mean? They sort of got the ideas from that, I reckon. With Inspector Clouseau, you know.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, Mum and Dad woke us all up, going, "Hey kids, wake up! There's a new cartoon on TV," and it was the Flintstones.
That's been out since the fucking 50s, mate. What the fuck?
Must have been on at 7:30, or we were in bed at 7 or something like that. And we were watching the Flintstones.
What about Masters of the
And
Universe?
the Jetsons come along a year later, you know. Yeah, wow. Oh,
What about
we love
Masters of the Universe? He-Man and Skeletor and fucking...
that was like the late 70s, yeah.
No, 80s. That's 80s, man. That's 80s.
Yeah, I'm talking about 60s.
Yeah,
And Sooty. Remember that show?
No.
Sooty was this dog character.
Could not stand, and my fucking
And
sister.
Magic Roundabout, and yeah, all these shows come out in the 60s. So.
Mr. Squiggle.
A lot of puppet shows, you know. Thunderbird.
Mr. Squiggle, mate. Oh, he was good.
Oh, yeah. And then there were Thunderbirds, and before Thunderbirds, there was all these other puppet shows. But the puppet shows, the Thunderbirds actually made the puppet TV series look nice, right? All before that, every puppet show looked so satanic and creepy and scared the fuck out of me. There were so many puppet show TV series that just terrified me. They're horrific. And I want to look all of them up and...
You know, the movie Team America.
A whole documentary on evil puppet show TV series in the 60s. It was a thing. There was I remember one. Paulie the Wood Gnome. Oh God, that was scary. And there was another one, Torchy. It was some alien kid who come down a UFO. And shit.
One I liked, man, an English one I liked was a kid's show was Basil Brush. Remember Basil Brush?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was cool.
Mm.
Yeah.
There were the Bugaloos. Remember that? The bug people.
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah. And the song went bugger, Bugaloos. Oh my God, it was great. It was all about buggery with butts.
I must have missed that one.
Adventure Island. That was a long running series.
I really loved, which was pretty fucking creepy for children to watch, was Cat Weasel.
Oh yeah, that was a cool show.
Yeah, I liked that one.
Nah, it wasn't creepy for kids. I was like 10 years old when it came out.
Cat Weasel was creepy as fuck, man.
Right. I was 10 or 11 when that come out. And, no, such a likable character, a sorcerer who ended up in the 70s from 18.
Yeah, he was a time traveler. Was he a time traveler? Yeah.
He'd jump into a puddle and travel in time.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But he was a creepy looking dude. He was a fucking creepy looking dude.
I just looked like a typical homeless guy.
Yeah, he did look like a homeless guy. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
That's how he got away with living around in the 70s from the 1600s or something.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. That was a good show. I liked that show. Yeah.
But he wasn't creepy at all. He was such a likable guy, you know.
Well, he was like, I'm just saying he looked creepy, man. He was a creepy looking dude. Yeah.
Well, you know, moustache and a beard. And, anyway. That's it, I guess. But, look, the English have made some of the best series. And
on the buses. On the buses.
Oh, Red Barney and Jake.
Steptoe and Son.
Oh, such yobbo shit. You know, I loved it. Man.
You remember that? You remember Steptoe and Son?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they were the original Trailer Park Boys type style. You
know? Yeah.
Steptoe and Son, yeah. Trying to make a buck on the cheapest way they could.
I'll tell you, no, actually, my favourite English fucking TV show is Minder. That was my favourite.
Oh, yeah, that was a great series, yeah.
I fucking love that show.
What about Love Thy Neighbour?
Love Thy Neighbour, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
we talked about it the other night, man. We've been talking about all these shows. Mind Your Language is hilarious, mate.
You wouldn't get away with that, do you?
No, you shouldn't. No.
Yeah, Mind Your Language, Love Thy Neighbour. Yeah, the English have always done the best comedy, you know. The young ones, Blackadder series was one of my all-time. It still is one of my all-time favorites.
What was the show called?
Rowan Atkinson is just a legend, you know.
Blackadder, yeah, fuck yeah. I like that.
And Ricky Gervais, every single fucking show he's ever done has been brilliant, you know. The Office.
What was the English comedy show, right? When you had the whole show, right, was about two couples, right? You had the rich couple, right? And you had the fucking poor couple. The poor couple were like fucking off-grid homesteaders. They grew all their own vegetables and made their own food, and the neighbours were like rich cunts, and they fucking, you know, they talked to each other and they were friends, but they were like always like having a crack at each other. And it was a fucking gorgeous fucking blonde fucking English woman who was like, yeah, the star of the show, man.
You're getting two shows mixed up here now. There was a show about two couple that lived on a farm. What was it called? Oh, I loved it.
Yeah. What was her name? Penelope Keith. Penelope Keith. That was her name, the actor's name. She was the poor woman who lived next door to the rich cats.
Guys, I really love you and leave you.
Oh, Ozzy.
There you go. I just checked my work diary and I thought I was working local and they want me to work out a bit further out. So.
What, you have to work tomorrow, Ozzy?
Yeah.
That's a four-letter word, mate.
I'm sorry, mate. Oh, that's terrible.
I'll know next time to bleep it out.
They want your soul, you know. They want you to work till you.
I know. Shit. I don't even want to work anymore.
I know, I don't blame you. I remember I got to that moment.
Yeah.
I go, I'm not going to work for this government anymore.
All right, Ozzy, have a good night.
All right.
Catch you next.
Thanks,
Good to
Ken.
see you.
Oh,
Glenn.
excellent having you on, Ozzy. It's good. You know, I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah.
And I love that time we met up at PK Truth's meetup. You know, I really enjoyed meeting you, buddy. It was like one of the highlights of that weekend.
Yeah, it was a good time, man. So
Yeah. Mate, we'll all get kicked out of Young and Jackson's again. Don't worry.
Hopefully they won't remember PK and me having to go at the bartender for the beers being too expensive.
And the chips.
I know. I've got the videos.
Chips, yeah. PK's chips.
Yeah.
I gotta go. All right.
Good night,
fellas. Yeah.
Thanks for joining, buddy.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. Yeah. Cheers.
The fucking chips. The chip fucking saga, mate. The fucking police on us because we were putting fucking chips in a bowl.
Oh, and the bouncers coming at me for. I can't
And you
even
were calling the bouncer Harvey.
Oh, that's right. This bouncer looked like Avi Yemeni, and I said, "Hey, is that you, Avi?" And that's how it all happened. Oh fuck! And it wasn't Avi. He just looked a lot like him.
That was funny shit.
All because of Avi Yemeni, I got in trouble with bouncers. Oh, fuck. And the cops were pulled up. 3 cops arrived, 3 bouncers trying to kick us out. Ah, fuck.
Why the organiser brought his own chips and he put chips in a bowl. You didn't put chips in a bowl, you're out. Don't put your own chips in a bowl.
I hadn't been to Melbourne for 20 years, you know. So that treatment.
Hot chips in a bowl, 8 hot chips, right? So we fucking gave them beers. We bought them beers, you know what I mean? Because he had his own fucking potato chips and he put them in the same bowl. Because they just don't fucking like us, mate. They just don't like us, especially the kind of organisers. They hate him.
I don't get why PK keeps going there.
Nah. Oh, that's just the easiest pub, man. It's just across the road from the fucking train station, isn't it?
Like, come down to Lock Sport Pub. It'll be a lot easier.
Way to go for fucking. Way to go for a Palmer. That's a long way for a Palmer, kid. That's a long way.
It's just so peacefully. You come to have a meet up in my town, you know, you won't get harassed and shit.
You'll have to organise it, mate. You organise it. I'll be there.
I know all the important people in town. You know, the guy next door to me is the king of the fishing association in this area, you know. You want to go out on the ocean, catch some fucking fish. Yeah.
Mate, don't you you know the publican? He rubs shoulders with all the high rollers.
No, I know people of importance in my country and that.
Hey.
Oh, very important.
Hey.
You know, but I can still be locked up because I might say something that's not free speech-ish anymore. And yeah. Nah, look, the truth.
But anyway, the end of the what it is.
Look, at the end of the day, at any rate, it is what it is, and that was a mate of mine used to say that all the time. then he committed suicide on pharmaceutical drugs.
At the end of the day, sun goes
His
down and the
last
moon.
note was, at the end of the day, it is what it is at any rate. And I'm
At any rate,
God bless Graham. No, he's a good mate. For 20-something years. And then
I
he
used to have a
signed
mate-
out on
I used to have a mate
pharmaceutical.
at the end of the day all the time, and it used to piss me the fuck off. It's like, have you got anything else you can fucking say?
No. You know, God forbid anyone talking truths and stuff. You gotta actually get online and pretend you're retarded. Say well shit, you know, like, oh yeah, that's gonna be my newest thing. I'm gonna change my channel to Ken Rockman
At the end
Whatever I say, I can get away with because I'm retarded and shit. Then I just get online and say whatever the fuck, and they will discriminate as if I'm saying truths, you know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of angles where I can get away with telling the truth. And
Ken Rotman's cat video channel. That's what you got to call it, mate.
Anyway, the truth's the truth, and you know, it is what it is.
Anyway,
Jesus got murdered by these Jewish people's rabbis for telling the truth. He was the first truther. He's the original truther, got murdered for telling the truth, and he called those people who killed him, you're from your father, the devil. And yeah, that's just how it is. Those people's who think they're so specials and chosens, yeah, they're gonna wake up one day soon and go, oh fuck, we killed our own Messiah. And we've been slaughtering and torturing and murdering all these people for 70 years. Anyway, that's another side. Nah, God bless Middle East. Peace in the Middle East. I can say a lot of shit about what's going on there right now, mate.
And you can't talk about.
I want to know about that. That's not nice.
Unless you got blue or green hair, you're not allowed to talk about Palestine again.
No, you got to show good time stories and feel good stories, you know, like they do at the end of the news. Oh, yeah, we'll just show you the worst horror on earth, but here's a good story about a puppy being saved up a tree by firemen. You know.
No, you don't even get those stories.
Oh, maybe a cat. Yeah, dogs can't climb up trees, but yeah.
Can't even bother doing. Fuck, my word's so fucking hard. Fucking really. Lift. Oh, fuck, we went hard, man, today. I got to work late too. I had a lot of walking today. I didn't get to work till 8. I did an hour's overtime, but it doesn't really count because I got to work at 8. At least I fucking did. I was here, or I went to bed like just before you got up, I think. Yeah, 4 o'clock I went to bed. And I thought, I'll just have a little snooze. But I woke up at fucking 7:30. I'm like, oh, fuck. I rang me boss and I said, I'm coming. I just slept in. See you soon. Yeah, got to work at 8. Yeah. Just before 8.
Hey, you
we're fucking up against it, man. But, too much. Yeah. Like normally there's like 2 of us, but then we've got 3.
It's 13 evening now, and the dogs are going to have a frolic in this.
Our boss,
in the shade. Look at the skyline, folks. You can't fault me for being dedicated to what I believe, through dedicated research, to be the biggest fucking crime ever, folks. Well, I'm just filming up here now, so
we have to pick, you know.
through the
and
tree
back
line
and-
here. See this aircraft here?
This is
And
the
then
way
it's
line over in the UK. Is
But again, I apologise for the shitty footage. Oh, the crime of all time, folks.
me and him have been streaming as long as each, like for 15 years. We've been showing this shit, right?
What did I?
They've taken him down as many times as me, but David keeps. He's like me. We don't fucking roll over and quit. You know.
Because as soon as I
Fucking
picked up,
legend. David Yates is a legend.
But just take a look at it all.
picked it up, that's when we got.
And those of you that are watching on your phones, now and again, find me on your big screen, on your large tablets or your computer, and it looks the part on the big computer. You can see the actual crime in better detail, folks. But again, since
Yeah, he does all the doorways.
5 to 5 this morning, it's now 6:30 in the evening.
Oh, just the
13 hours plus. I'll continue watching and recording this until it goes dark. But just look, folks. If nothing else, I get 10 out of 10 for effort. There's one coming up. Somewhere there. I don't know if I've landed on it. There it is. Look at this aircraft. We can see. And we can see the spray across the UK, folks. And there's an aircraft here at the same height, leaving absolutely nothing, folks. Yeah, very telling. Conspicuous by its absence are these trails from that aircraft to this aircraft here, folks. Come on. This one's now coming clearer into view. Along with this. And again, we're having an engineered weather whiplash, climate whiplash, folks. It's not real weather, but they're engineering this heat wave now. So here's the other one that's leaving nothing. Yeah, they're going to have to give us some heat. So when the newspapers tell you that they need to do this to cool the earth, you'll fall for it, folks. You're going to get probably a few weeks of really, really hot, sticky weather, yeah? And then you're going to be begging them to turn the thermostat down. And then they'll simply come in with their stories and fakeness, saying that they're going to have to profile the sky using these chalks and shit. But I hope you're not going to fall for it, folks, because I've told you for long enough. That this is a crime. and there are governments involved, private sectors involved, the military, the stakeholders, folks, the people, the money men involved in this. And they are after returns on a very, very, very...
Yeah, so David's right. He's been showing this shit for 15 years. Just like me. Aussie left. When you're still awake, anyway, I'm just showing, yeah, I wonder if my hard drive's working. Well, it says it is. Let's have a look. Wow. It's weird.
And look over there. Just fucking killing us. Look at this shit. People think that's a cloud soon. The sun's been totally covered by the morning chemtrails. This fucking horror. It's fucked. Oh, it's like glary. God, I can hardly. Yeah, so what else is new, huh? Look at it, it's all twisty. Half an hour later, look, you can't see the streaks there because they're all just smeared out now. This is how they trick people, right? Start off lines and then they waft around and look like smeary clouds, but not one bit of that up there is cloud at all. We had a perfect day yesterday and the day before, not a chemtrail in the sky. I was so happy. And waking up this morning, I could hardly fucking breathe. The whole sky is just full of fucking chemicals. Hi, Bernie. He's having his brekkie. Yeah, yesterday was great. I could breathe well. I was able to mow the lawn. Yeah, well, here it is, Wednesday, the, what is it now? 16th? April much. I mean, and yeah, nothing like yesterday. Most of that shit up there is just chemtrails. No, Vaughan, let's go to the shop, shall Yes, it's hotter than yesterday. Yesterday was very nice. Perfect day for mowing the lawn, but I don't know if I'll mow the lawn. Finish mowing it today. I'll see how I feel when I get back. And cook some food. Yeah. I'm going to try and get some beer delivered here. Yeah. Pay for it and see if they can drop it off sometime later today or tomorrow. If not today, I could always take a 6-pack back. But then I've got to get dog food, haven't I, Bruno? Got to cook your dog food. Got to get milk. I've got enough food for the week. Plenty of food. Go this way, eh? Got shady up around. The other way. No. Oh, that post too. Right, okay. Yeah, so shopping day. I didn't get up in time for the bus. The community bus. I had to call them at 9:30 and I slept until 10, so I missed out going to town. Doesn't matter. I mean, it means I have to pay $10 more for a slab of beer, but it would have cost me $10 on the bus anyway. Yeah, bro. Yep, so yeah. Busy week. Mowing lawns and shit. Bro. You're a bit puffed out too, eh? Like me, it's all the nanoparticles in the air. In the boat. It even affects the dogs. And I can't breathe half as good as I could yesterday when there was no chemtrails. Why even bother talking about it? But, the people who don't know don't want to know. Well, I got a bit of a load. Got some shopping there, some tea bags. I've got a knapsack with beer and other things. And yeah, I couldn't carry it all back, so I got one 6-pack of beer and they're gonna drop the rest of the beer and all the dog food off. It was on a special. It's only worth about $7-8 this dog food. And today it was $3, so I bought 4 lots of this premium dog meat, chopped chicken and kangaroo, I think. Anyway, I couldn't pass up the bargain, and yes, the guy who works there, Chris, is dropping it off about 5 o'clock tonight. I don't need any of it till tomorrow anyway. So, Bruno, we're back. We're back and I'm fucked. This started to get heavier as the more I walked. It didn't seem that heavy. Same as the backpack. It doesn't feel that heavy until you're sort of halfway home. Anyway, the chemtrails aren't helping them. Me and Bruno are out of breath today, aren't we, buddy? Hey? Oh well, I'm gonna cook myself a steak sandwich, and then I'll consider mowing the lawn or not. It's fucking hot now. Anyway, the journey.
At the moment, we were somewhere into the third quarter, in which the Kangaroos came hard.
Hey!
We've got a football game on, mate. Fucking sorry, mate, but I've turned it up a little bit more. Darren's team's playing the Kangaroos, mate. North Melbourne.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 1 point down against Essendon. 1 quarter to go.
Oh, cool. Is there a football match happening?
Yeah, mate. Can't nothing give a fuck about football.
Kangaroos versus
the Bombers, mate. Bombers.
Oh, the Bombers. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
With a favorite the lowest price this Mother's Day from Chemist Warehouse.
Sorry, they would have been fucking arch enemies for a long time, wouldn't they? Forever. Yeah.
You'll also find it more
We were the hot boys, we were poor cats.
Yeah.
Excellent boys, they have
the money. Yeah. Not far away from each other, but
Essendon was the Bombers and
North, the Kangaroos, mate. The Kangaroos, Ken.
Oh, North Melbourne, yeah.
Our favourite, mate, the Kangaroos, mate.
Sorry, mate, but I'm a sports lover.
Nah, that's cool. I was sure I could be.
I said before, Ken, I said, my two favourite animals, right, are kangaroos and magpies. You know, they're my two favourite, like, native Australian animals, mate. You know, and magpies are my team and kangaroos are his team. You know.
No, that's why I like Collingwood because of the Magpies. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I've always had a soft spot for North Melbourne, the Kangaroos, because they've always done it hard, mate. They deserve this, whatever they could get, you know, because they're a poor suburb and they're battlers, mate. Like their club rooms, their club rooms and their fucking ground was like fucking, their club rooms were fucking, and their training shit facilities were shit for the longest time, mate. It was like, you know,
it's still one for clubs.
Yeah, but at least they've improved, you know, the facilities and shit. But I mean, how long ago was it? It wasn't that long ago that they fucking upgraded. Like not long ago. Yeah, not that long ago. But I shit for a long time. I had nothing, mate. Yeah. Glenn, aren't you talking about how the fucking training facilities were for you? The floorboards are all fucked up. No heating and fucking grass.
Buddy, I'm glad you turned up. Bruno didn't see you. You're running up now.
And I had a neighbour who was that's how I became a dog.
Hello, buddy. Hello.
1977.
Oh shit! Look out. You're not going to share it. Oh, poor bird gets I know.
Started, but that's what got me into it. My mum was telling me
You're not going to leave Eddie for it, are you? No.
She really didn't give a fuck, you know, but that was her team, you know.
I know.
Yeah.
Like that.
There's plenty of fucking losses.
Pork, mate.
The collie wobbles, mate. We'll call them the collie wobbles for now.
I was there.
Yeah, 35, yeah.
I haven't got any more, mate. No.
Oh,
I have, but you know, I'm saving it for Bruno. That'll feed you, won't it? That'll fill you for a while.
I fucking love you.
Get that barbecue sauce off it, Hey, Max.
Yeah.
Sean, there's a
Not
puppy
in
dog
Oregon.
there. There's a puppy dog there.
Fucking yeah, I was in Albury.
Bruno, eh? Good
Oh,
Bruno.
never been. Was my whole fucking life. The only time I should have been at Victoria Park was
Oh,
1990.
you're saying hello to the dog, Brune.
Oh,
That guy's watching you. He's a big dog, isn't he? Oh, there he is. Hey. You want food still? You want food? Hey, buddy. Hey.
Lost
Yes, Bruno.
Good dog. What the fuck's going on?
You're beautiful. So are you, mate. You're a young boy.
That doesn't mean
yes, you're beautiful.
you're going good.
Hey, Max. Hey. I'll give you. Get
Oh, there's
fed by a
Maggie.
few people, eh? In town. Don't you, mate? Yes. One of my favourite birds on earth. I used to raise baby Maggies who were orphaned when I was young.
You're so fucking smart.
Yeah, mate.
So smart.
Like
Yeah.
to
So friendly, man.
even though they don't understand you, they just they like you know
I know who's the best.
I'm washing out, hey?
Pros are real fun. I don't like people like that.
Hey,
I don't like
it's like that.
Yeah, they know.
This one's a bit greasy, this one.
Yeah.